My dear friends, thinkers, and gamers, welcome back to Tales of Praxis. I am your host, Aaron Suduko, the founder of With a Terrible Fate. If you're just discovering us, withaterriblefate.com is your online publication home for all of the most rigorous analyses and celebrations of the stories of our favorite medium, video games. So if you're an avid, passionate gamer who is obsessed with consuming games as works of fiction and amazing stories that you keep coming back to again and again, and you want to dig as deeply as possible into what it is about these games that make their stories so compelling, beautiful, insightful, and also useful in the practice of our everyday lives beyond our interactions with them. With a Terrible Fate is for you. We have been studying the artwork of this medium for going on a decade now in a variety of form factors, everything from written analyses, from essays to book length treatises on particular games, to convention lectures, to podcasts, now to streams. Tales of Praxis, if you're just tuning in for this, is a project that I started for With a Terrible Fate 8 months ago, focused just on Namco and now Bandai Namco's Tales series of JRPGs, one that meant a lot to me growing up, which informed my experiences with and love of video games and storytelling and even philosophy, and in many ways made me into who I am today. And so in order to try to better understand my own experience with these series, as well as the experiences of so many other thoughtful gamers who have taken so much from the Tales games over the years, I wanted to dig in and analyze them and play them all back to back in order to not just replay the ones that meant a lot to me as a kid, but to understand more comprehensively what these games are trying to say, what the language of the series is, and how the games wrestle with related yet distinct themes according to a shared language of storytelling and modes of engagement between them. So we've been doing that through a combination of written analyses, which I've published on withaterriblefate.com, as well as these streams, which are something like live book clubs in which we all get together and work through playthroughs of these games. Some of us knowing a lot about the Tales series, some of us just coming to it for the first time, all of us united by our love of the collective engagement in and appreciation of video game stories. If you'd like more information on With a Terrible Fate, got plenty of links there for you to check out. We've been journeying through Tales of Grace's F in our mainstream adventure, but of course we've taken a break for the last few days since Thursday to do a marathon celebration digging into and studying Tales of Arise's new DLC, Beyond the Dawn, on launch day onwards. So it's been tremendously interesting and fun to revisit these heroes of Dana and Rena, who are now coming back together a year after the conclusion of the main game in order to understand what it takes to actually build a different culture on this newly unified world, what it takes to help individual people and especially children to have perspectives and pursue opportunities that aren't available to those of older generations, and what it is that the heroes individually want as people, and how they might be able to find opportunities to simply inhabit the world rather than saving it and always acting in service of it out of some kind of obligation. That's a big part of what we dwelled on and explored during the stream yesterday, which was incredibly interesting and rich, and a fun way, one of the several fun ways in which this DLC has played with the constraints of video games and DLC as a storytelling medium in order to do some really interesting and challenging things in terms of leading us to, I would say, reconceive of what it is that these characters are up to, what their role in the world ought to be, and how we ought to think about not just their actions in the world, but also their legacy and how we reify that into a story that we take meaning from. If you're not familiar with my work on DLC, but you're checking out this stream, you might be interested in also reading an article about it, because I'm very, very interested when it comes to thinking about just media of storytelling in general, as to how different stories can best occupy different media based on what the story is trying to say and the constraints that are most appropriate to expressing that message. So things that might push better against the constraints of, say, a novel are different than what would live best in the form of a film, and just so with video games, and just so, I argue in that essay that I just shared, in the case of DLC. I think that while it's easy to suppose the video game DLC might be a simple cash grab, not really add much of substance, that's how I used to feel personally, to be honest with you, but I think it's something of a naive view, especially given just the plethora of really interesting and rich and challenging DLC that has come on the market and presented interesting stories that are interesting precisely because of their shape as DLC in the past several years. And I think this DLC that we're adventuring through with respect to Tales of Arise is shaping up to do something very similar. So as we situate into another night of exploring this DLC, I wanted to ask you, just as a way of getting situated in the adventure, and feel free to reflect on this as we go on. Feel free to leave a comment in the chat, or if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, to leave a comment. But I want you to take a step back and think about, in terms of DLC that do contribute to the storytelling of games that you love in one way or another, what's your favorite type of DLC? And how is it that kind of DLC achieves supplementary narrative content and insight? Because at this point in gaming history, we've seen quite a few models of what that can look like. Just off the top of my head, as I was thinking about this and getting ready for the stream, we have everything from DLC that acts as prequels, situating the background context to the main game, of the kind that's been really popularly received and critically acclaimed in the Xenoblade Chronicles series, things like Torna, The Golden Country, and more recently Future Redeemed. We also have DLCs that follow up on the end of the story and act as a kind of coda, so not a full-blown sequel that creates an entire new world or a new full-blown story that stands on its own 2 feet, but something that recontextualizes and perhaps offers some kind of interpretive commentary on the meaning of the main game after the conclusion of its events. So things like what we're getting in Beyond the Dawn right now, or also Alicia's Story, the DLC that did something similar with Tales of Zestiria. And then we also have DLC that can even add entire new endings to the narratives of a video game's main story. Not so much changing our perspective on the narrative, but actually giving us another option to exercise. So think of something like Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, which some people might not recognize as downloadable content because now it's basically just taken as part and parcel of the full Dark Souls 2 package. But when that game came out, there's only one option of how things could go in the end, and the DLC, on top of adding other kingdoms to explore and legacies to learn about, also gave you an entirely new, really interesting option for how to wrap up the narrative, which to my mind at least totally changes the meaning and in many ways the quality of the overall Dark Souls 2 experience. And then you have DLC that can add just interesting pocket worlds and adventure into the main worlds and main content of a game without changing its ending and without existing in the past or future, but actually being in one way or another coextensive, or at least overlapping with the events and context of the main story. So stuff like Returnal's DLC was the one that came to mind for me, adding the Tower of Sisyphus as this kind of pocket infinite torment that Celine can choose to explore if she so desires, beyond a door that was previously inert if you bought the base game and had been exploring it after launch before this DLC literally opened up that door and passage and made it something useful that added to the game. So that alone already, I think, was 4 different kinds of DLC and different ways in which DLC can thoughtfully play with and supplement the story that constitutes a main game experience. And that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of how it can go about doing it, in terms of many more of the nuts and bolts and what makes it such a cool sort of supplemental medium rife with its own possibilities. Invite you to check out that article that I shared. There's plenty more to think about. But for now, as I said, yesterday we had a wonderful stream, in many ways enacting a kind of personal and intimate liberation of the party members, beginning with Alphen, where Alphen was really challenged to reconceive of his own relationship with his predilection to helping other people and supporting them in their various odd jobs and needs across their everyday life, and trying to understand how to live in and inhabit the world in a way that would allow him to honor that aspect of his character, that pure kindness, as many characters have discussed, without turning it into a sense of obligation or something that treats him as a tool, like the blazing sword, rather than a fully actualized person. And excitingly, that has opened the door now to a range of more personal quests that each member of the party can undertake in order to, it seems like the formula is to first help a particular individual who has some certain connection or meaning to the party members' history with the world and activity in the base game to realize his or her personal dream, and then using that as a platform for that party member to wrestle with and reflect and understand what his or her personal dream, that is the party members, is, and how to achieve and enact and pursue that in the world. So I'm really excited to see where that goes in terms of subverting or even reinterpreting what side quest type content might look like as something that informs not just the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the world, as we were kind of baited into investing in the first subquests of the DLC, which were focused on this reconstruction mechanic, but now moving beyond that to consider the idea that the reconstruction of the world and society only is possible through many individual acts of particular people figuring out how to pursue their unique interests and aspirations. And I think that's a lot of what we'll be doing with these quests. And I'm sure as we come to learn more about what the party members are up to and intend to achieve in their next chapter in the world, Nazamil will come back on the stage at some point, though it hasn't happened yet. I do think I talked last time as well about how this DLC seems to be very carefully and mindfully setting the pacing for how we experience things and when we slog through quests so that then it can be commented on and its meaning transformed by Alphen, as happened last stream. And I found myself smiling earlier today because it occurred to me when these individual quests for the party members were introduced, the game kind of winked and nodded at us, you might have noticed, saying, oh, these quests, if you finish them, it'll give the party members big boosts in battle, so be sure to prioritize them. And I'm kind of scratching my head thinking, I wonder if that's kind of a skillful means or tactical deception by the game, trying to incentivize the players to do these quests right now for battle reasons, when in fact there will also end up being some interesting narrative impact or thematic output from our choosing to front load our plate with those subquests now, as opposed to going on with the main plot and then going back to those later. So all that to say, I'm going to take that to heart and start out with those subquests now. Looks like we have a few more on the map, and then I'm sure probably some more quests will open up, and eventually we'll find our way naturally meandering back to the main story. So plenty of good times ahead, plenty of good content ahead. We'll see whether or not we're done by the end of Tuesday, but as a reminder, schedule-wise, for people who are diving into this Live Book Club adventure with us, we're working through this in 5-hour blocks, this time every day, with a 2.5-hour break. Excuse me, that's ambiguous. A break after 2.5 hours. The break is only going to be 5 minutes, not a 2.5-hour long break. And working through it basically until we run out of content in that way. So based on the projections of the DLC, I'm hopeful that we might be done by Tuesday, but we're not going to rush it. Philosophy is thinking in slow motion, and what we do on With a Terrible Fate is gaming in slow motion. I think that's one of the best ways in which to honor and derive meaning and substantive insights from these wonderful works of art and interactive stories that we have on tap for us in this day and age, including this most recent one. So we'll be continuing to assume familiarity with the base story of Tales of Arise, continue to invite and encourage people to draw intertextual connections between this and other Tales games if you have that background, or indeed other games even beyond the Tales franchise if you find it relevant. But if somehow you have snuck ahead of us in the Beyond the Dawn story, please be mindful of no spoilers whatsoever with respect to Beyond the Dawn, because the entire conceit of this is for us to work through it live together and to reflect on it as we're discovering it. With that, I welcome you back to Tales of Praxis, my friends. And let's dive in and see which quest is on offer for us next. I think the one that caught my eye, well, there are two that have opened up in Vicent, and Kisara's was the one which I saw first. So let's take a look at what Kisara will be up to, and then Rinwell will be available right after that.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
It's interesting, too. We'll have to keep an eye on how these individual subquests for the characters relate to one another, because it does seem to be at least loosely scripted in terms of the order in which you experience them. Like, the beginning of Shion's arc was the first one that was available, and it was the only one that was open at that time. And then completing that opened up Alphen's thereafter. And now we have Kisara and Law on the map, who are also, you know, two halves of the other, like, pairings of characters, if you want to think of it that way, in the party, where Law is juxtaposed against Rinwell and Kisara is juxtaposed against Dohalim. So I wonder whether there's going to be some relevant reason in terms of the substance of these quests that we first need to see Kisara start off on her adventure and Rinwell start off on her adventure, and then that somehow cascades down to Law and Dohalim.
When it comes down to it, Shion. Or maybe Alphen's rubbed off on you.
I'm begging you, please find my sister. Calm down, we're doing everything in our power to find her. Seems pretty intense. What happened here? Captain, perfect timing. This boy's sister went missing. We've been searching for her, but no luck yet. That's not good. Fill me in on the details. Was someone with her when she vanished? Just me. Our parents aren't with us anymore. I see. I'm sorry to hear it. That's why my sister's the only family I've got. If anything happened to her, You can leave it to me. I'll find her one way or another. Your assistance is reassuring, Captain Kisara. You're that Kisara they keep talking about? I've heard your name before. We've just moved to Vicent, but people say you're someone who can be counted on. Any idea where she might have gone? She went running out of the house all of a sudden. I have no clue. She just went running off. Why? Well...
Right.
If you don't want to talk about it, no need to force it. Anyway, let's ask around in town. Thank you. Please find her.
You're really someone the people can count on. You never fail to amaze me, Kisara.
We're not done yet. Vicent is currently without Dohalim. Or my brother. I've got to handle things for now.
Speaking of your brother, those siblings reminded me of you and Miguel.
That's what I was going to say.
Why. When I was a child, I caused him my fair share of trouble.
We must find the girl and return smiles to both of their faces.
Yeah, interesting to see the different sorts of connection that draw the party members into these quests. Like, in the cases of Alphen and Shion, they were pretty directly connected to the people whom they were helping by virtue of events that had transpired in their past. You know, Alphen growing up with, well, not growing up with, but being supported by Doc during his times as a slave, before he had access to any of his memories and before he had even met Shion and figured out how to rise up. And then Shion connecting with the child who had given them the key to access Balsef's elevator and take him on after they freed the child and everyone else from Calaglia. But now we have more of a just kind of loose family resemblance, literally and conceptually, between Kisara and Miguel and this pair of siblings who seem to evince a similar bond. Why, you're Kisara from the Service Corps. We're searching for someone. Have you seen a Danon girl around here? A Danon child. I think I know who you're talking about.
Huh?
You do? Yes. I saw her walk by alone some time ago. I remember thinking something was off. Did you notice anything else about her? Looked like she was trying not to cry, like she'd just gotten in a fight with someone maybe.
Yeah.
That could be why she went running off. I sure hope she's okay. I was worried and called out to her, but she didn't respond. She just kept going. Do you remember which way she went? She seemed to be heading for the Truslita Highway, but I'm sure she'll be fine if we also have the Service Corps helping out.
Yeah?
Also? What do you mean? We've actually been searching for her ourselves. We got so worried we decided to ask around. Both Renans and Danons joined in right away. Oh, That's inspiring. I'm just waiting here in case she comes back. Oh, I see. So the citizens were already in action before the Service Corps got
Thank
here.
you.
We appreciate the support, both from you and everyone else. You're always the ones protecting us. We want to do something to help for a change. The thing is, there are some areas we civilians can't go because of all the ferocious Zoogles roaming around. Then we'll focus on checking those areas.
Okay.
We're counting on you, and we'll keep things up on our end, too. Leave it to us. I'm sure we'll find her if we all work together.
Do you think the missing girl was fighting with your brother?
It's what siblings do. My brother and I were also separated for a time, though that was less of a fight and more me rejecting him.
Kisara. Don't worry. We'll find that girl, no matter what.
Yes. Let's.
Yeah, it's one thing for everyone in Vicent to stipulate to the shared principle of coexistence, but for them to actually
Okay,
all
off we
rally
go.
together for the sake of a lost Dan and Kid, I think really is a great testament, and greater than a lot of what we've even seen in the past, to how genuinely committed everyone in the city is to actually enacting and supporting and spreading that principle of coexistence. Speaks well of that evaluation test or system, whatever they called it, that they use in order to assess whether someone is fit for immigrating to the city or not.
Right, here goes! Here I go! Done! I'm on it! Even right! I'll take you all off! Take this! Ruin escape! You picked the wrong fight! Ruin escape! Come on! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Is that too much? Not at all. Dragon Form! Lightning Thrust! Now! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Nice one, Alphen.
Yeah, there's more where that came from. What's that?
That group of Zoogles. They seem agitated somehow. Those must be the ferocious Zoogles that elderly man mentioned. They look like they've found a prey. Don't tell me it's the lost child. Either way, we must take care of them for the safety of the
Here we
city.
go!
I go to protect the people of Vicent. Follow me.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Kingdom's Shield.
My turn!
What a great character, Kisara. They're all great.
Here.
It's a common refrain of mine in the Tales series, but it's true. I think pretty much every one of these games gives you great reason to love and invest in every single party member on their own terms for their own reasons.
Soaring light spear!
They don't really reduce to a single perspective or characterization within their worlds.
Always feel safe when we've got you in front of us.
Hard to consistently affect that diversity across JRPG parties, I reckon, but they managed to pull it off time and time again.
No complaints here! Here I come! I can carve through rock!
Let me help.
Eat this! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Blazing flame!
Let me help. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle. More Zuko?
Keep calm and take them down.
Rising Falcon! Double demon
What would I
power!
do without you? Please now.
To without this pain. Double demon flame! No!
Frustrating.
Can't get here!
I shouldn't have sat on the Mystic Art.
You're mine! Double demon flame!
Do it, Shion. Go for it. Prepare to crumble. Will this help?
Now! Here I come!
Where are you going?
Crush!
It's perhaps inconsiderate of me not to have Kisara included in the party during her specific quest. Maybe I'll loop her in after this.
Rising Corruption! Reinforcements? Take this! Eat this! Get it! Blow away! Here I come!
All disasters made one. Come, Ryan,
Denied! Strike! This one's all mine! Here I come! Double demon fang! Dragon swarm! Strike!
Don't mind if I do. Burning strike! Eat
Now you see what I can do. Now I'm in the
I'm on it!
Ah, god damn it.
Don't give up!
These things! They've got your name on them!
Strike! Here I come!
Air thrust! The water will
Goodbye! Dragon swarm!
Inspiration!
Be still! Soaring like still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Enemies incoming!
Then we'll take them down!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! Burn in hell!
Wind after energy! You are in tip-top
Not a
shape!
chance! There's some done here! Come help out!
No, these little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling!
Cut them apart to your heart's
Now you
content.
see what I can do!
Dragon swarm!
I'm just getting started!
Now I can let loose!
Reload! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Alright.
We're good to go. The girl's nowhere in sight. If the Zeugles were gathered here, maybe she's nearby. Let's keep searching. Over there. Is that?
I was so scared. So you were hiding in the bushes. I'm glad we found you.
You were surrounded by Zeugles. Did you get hurt?
No, I'm fine. Thanks to you.
That's good. But what were you doing out here all by yourself?
I just wanted to repair my bracelet. I'm sorry.
Your bracelet?
You mean that one woven from grass? It does look tattered. My mom wove this for me a long time ago. And this is where my dad gathered the grass for it.
So it's a keepsake from your parents.
But my brother accidentally stepped on it. Even though it's so important to me.
That explains why you were fighting.
I just wanted to fix it. So I came here to gather more grass to weave it back together.
And did you find any?
Yeah, but I don't know how to weave. If Mom were here, she could show me.
Here, let me see that bracelet. And the grass, too.
Kisara's gonna be a mom to someone who reminds her of her former self. I love it.
There you are!
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe. I was worried sick this whole time.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to fix my bracelet.
No, it's my fault. I know how important that bracelet is to you. I should have been more careful.
You won't believe this, but this nice lady wove it back together for me.
Huh?
I did. My older brother taught me to weave.
So not only did you find my sister, but you went out of your way to fix her bracelet, too? Thank you so much. I sure am glad you're here in Menancia. You're our savior.
I've done nothing special. Plenty of people in Menancia joined together to help. People in town were worried about you and helped with the search. Both Danans and Renans alike.
Vicente is amazing. I'm so glad we moved here. In any other city, my sister might have been lost forever. I can't thank you enough.
You two should both treasure each other. You're the only family you've got, and that's something special.
That's for sure. Thanks, miss.
Kisara.
No, please don't say anything. Not now, Dohalim. I simply do all in my power for the people of this realm. The realm my brother loved.
I see. This realm has a bright future ahead of it.
It certainly does.
Wow, Kisara. I'm amazed you know how to weave grass like that. You said you learned it from Miguel, right? It sounds like he really did teach you everything.
Yes. Just like that girl's mother. He used to weave grass into bracelets and necklaces for me back when we were kids.
Kisara?
Sorry, it's just... It occurred to me that something he taught me to make me smile is now bringing a smile to someone else's face. I know that I could never be as great as my brother.
You were the one who decided to fix the bracelet and find the girl.
Dohalim,
Miguel's dream is still alive thanks to you.
you're right. Thanks to meeting all of you, I can say my dreams are no longer just dreams.
Exactly. I couldn't even hope to count all the times I've been saved by your shield.
Yeah, Kisara. I can even do some housework now because you taught me.
You've always been a really good listener when I've got something on my mind.
And that one time I stained my clothes during a meal, I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there to help.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. It sounds like I've been helping all of you more than I realized. The ideals imparted to us can still be made a reality, but only by those who are alive now, in the present. I chose that path. There's still a long way to go, but for some reason, I feel radiant right now.
Oh? How very curious. Walking next to you, I feel the same way.
Kisara's is such an interesting story. I found myself dwelling on it more during my recent playthrough of Tales of Arise than I remember in my first playthrough of it. Because especially in this context that we're working through now, of everyone trying to figure out what their dream is and what they want to do for the future of the world, Kisara has always consistently through the first game, since her brother's sacrifice, dedicated herself to the act of fulfilling someone else's dream, but recognizing, it's something that I want to do because of my relationship with my brother, and it's something that's important to him, but it's also important to me, and I want to enact it in the world for those who are still in it, even if he's no longer here, similar to what she was saying in that skit that we just saw. So I wonder whether, as we continue to explore her character and go through whatever her next subquest consists in, if it'll be more of an exploration of Miguel's dream and how she's breathing new life into that, or if she finds more interests that are intrinsic to herself. Because I really like that character. I think it's something that a lesser game concerned with people following their individual dreams would not take the time to address or see as some kind of oxymoron, but the idea that for some people, doing the thing that is most personally meaningful to you can be acting in the service of someone else's interests, when they're interests that you've really reflected on and also have recognized to bear a special meaning in relationship to you. I think that's really powerful. And it's a subtle and touching character, and the perfect kind of character to also wield a shield and be all about the defense and protection of others and the mothering of others, as we also saw present in the spotlight on that quest, and as we see in all of her little acts of kindness and service for all of the other party members. Now, Rinwell's subquest, I think, was in the library. Unsurprisingly, I guess. And that loading screen about the crest that Nazamiel bears always goes by too fast. I miss it. I'm really interested in this content. I'll have to try to pay closer attention next time. Nowhere in sight. Ugh, what have I done?
Well,
What's the matter? Looks like you keep checking the books on that shelf over and over. Oh, I'm sorry. There's just a specific book I'm looking for. And you're having trouble finding it? Yes, I'm afraid I might have mistakenly thrown it out. I've searched high and low, but I still can't find it, which must mean I'm so sorry. No need to apologize. Everyone makes mistakes, however big or small. What kind of book is it, anyway? If I recall, I think it was called Where Do Relics Come From? Wow, that sounds interesting. I'd love to read it, but it might be lost, right? Still, the fact you continue searching for it must mean you have no memory of disposing of it, yes? That's right. I must have lost it when I was organizing. Ah! It may have been mixed in with the pile of books the street vendor purchased from me. But I can't leave my post to chase down the vendor.
How about it?
In that case, I can go ask for you. Really? You'd do that? Yep, I'm interested in the book myself, and I owe a lot to this library. Dohalim, you'll help up too, won't you? Yes. Sure, I may be able to learn something from the book myself. Thank you so much. I can tell you exactly where the vendor is. This is interesting too. I'm not sure how deep this observation will go, but for all of these character subquests, the character to whom it pertains has been kind of escorted or supported by other party members, like we see with Rinwell and Dohalim right now. And the fact that it's Rinwell to whom this particular quest is important, but Dohalim is the one who accepts it, where, when we as the player are choosing whether to accept or decline, it's our choosing a decision point for Dohalim rather than Rinwell. I think that's kind of interesting. Probably says something about the way in which the party members are supporting each other in defining and pursuing their individual interests. But it's something for us to keep an eye on as we continue going forward with these. In pursuit of the traveling book. Alright.
Where do relics come from? Well, that's an interesting title. I wonder what it has to say.
An intriguing question indeed. Where do relics come from, and where do they go? I'd love to learn our predecessors' views on the subject.
But objects don't move on their own, you know.
That's not what the title means.
Allah. I assume we're just going out to the sim, right? Yes. While we're working through this, I'll also mention, I forgot to bring this up at the top of the stream, but my dear friend and colleague and co-conspirator, Dan Hughes, and I recorded the first edition of what will probably be the latest version in many incarnations and reincarnations of With the Terrible Fates podcast this morning. So aim to have that out tomorrow. Should be fun. The structure is very simple. Just going to try to do a weekly conversation of the kind that we always have anyway, and that so many gamers have, of just, what are you playing right now? What are you thinking about? And letting the ball roll from there. So we were delighted to start with no preparation and working from that premise, and to, unsurprisingly for us, get all the way down the path to the difference between, like authorially guided artwork and narrative versus the productization and consumerification of storytelling and mass media. So some interesting topics, and it should be a lot of fun to dig into with all of you. I talked about, I think last week also, we're thinking if people are interested, we might do it as a live video podcast on Twitch, just to get some more audience engagement, as we've done for a few other similar things in the past. So stay tuned for that. We'll probably figure out a way to demo that and get that rolling as well. Where do relics come from? If I remember correctly, a Cislodian peddler came to buy it. Really? When was this? Let's see, it was some time ago. The book may be up for sale in the Cislodian bookshop, so you may want to go check there. What? It's gone all the way to Cislodia, but it might be a priceless tome. The further away it is, the more it makes me want to read it. Okay, that settles it. I'm going to Cislodia. I suppose that settles it. Can you tell us more about the peddler? I hear he's opened up shop in the Cislodin Central Plaza.
My thanks.
You have my thanks for the information. We shall go see for ourselves. lengths to which Runewell would go for a book. No surprise.
We finally made it.
Well,
Do you have a book called Where Do Relics Come From? We heard you purchased it in Vicent. My, you've come quite a ways, but I'm sorry to say I sold that particular book to a traveling vendor from Calaglia. The world tour in pursuit of a book. What? Calaglia? That book's as seasoned a traveler as ourselves. Aren't you a funny one? I've never heard anyone talk about an object like it's a traveler before. Is that so? Things get passed from person to person and get taken to all kinds of places. Over tens, maybe even hundreds of years. Things we have now, our valuables, may someday. Where do relics come from and where do they go?
Yeah.
I think I get it. You sure seem set on reading that book. You ought to visit Ulzebek. That's where the vendor was headed.
Agreed.
Understood. To Ulzebek we go. If you want to read it this way, it is something of a fun homage to the origin of spellcasters in the series, all the way back with Archie, the broom-riding half-elf in Tales of Fantasia. Because I was sitting here thinking, well, there's always a mage character who's always, knowledgeable about magic and the world in one way or another, but which of them are really bookish in the sense of having a keen interest
Always
in
good to be back in familiar
literal
territory.
books? And the one that came to mind most immediately, through the act of the journey rather than anything that she necessarily says, is Archie, because hers is one of those great arcs where she acquires new spells to use solely by virtue of discovering spellbooks and tomes which she can read, which presumably contain knowledge and information on the practical uses of magic. Even though she might not seem like an obviously bookish mage, that is directly the source of all her abilities in battle. I remember that book. When I was passing through Rudir Forest, I was attacked by Zoogles and dropped the darn thing. What? That's the way we just came. Can you tell us exactly where you dropped it? If there are still Zoogles there, we can take care of them as we search. You're seriously going to go look for it? Guess I can't go myself as long as there are Zoogles. Alright then. If you do find the book, it's yours. You seem pretty fired up about it after all.
Thanks.
Really? Thank you. We'll go search right away. And away we go. No quick jump point, but we can go to here. I don't think we did a thorough inventory of
We've reached
Rudir
our
Forest
destination.
anyway, so I was interested in seeing whether there might be more unique Zoogles or similar there. We're racking up a decent number of loose skill points also, but I figure we might as well see how far we can get in finishing off
noisy in here,
a
isn't
bunch
it?
of quests
Things
at
should
once
calm
and
down a
then
little once
spending
we're
them all
through
at
with this
once.
place.
That's
Optimistic
usually how I
as
like to do
always.
that. Alright, I know we took care of the Zoogle. I was hanging out over there. I wonder whether there's one over there. That seems like a place where they might put a unique Zoogle. Let's head in that direction.
Get lost!
Oh, that's not what I meant. That's what I meant.
In an instant! Impact block!
There, it's in the
Here I
sky,
come!
it's mine!
Dragon form! It's on! Be still! Not today! You're mine!
This one's mine!
Lock! Say! Blow them away!
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah,
Yeah, excuse me.
I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Thanks, Shia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. Do better.
Double demon fang! Got fire!
I've got this. Let him roll.
All yours! Double demon fang! You're not done!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Take this!
First
Vessel!
made
It's
one.
my turn!
Hey! Poodle's quivering. I think we're about to be real lucky.
Gotta break through! You're mine! You're mine!
Swallow dance!
Rising
Now,
Falcon!
in here.
Double demon fang!
Water from the sky pile.
Swords all fired up!
The waters of creation.
They're above us. Shion, you know what to do.
It's my turn, is it? I'm on it.
Yeah. Go get it, Shion.
Oh, man.
This will come in handy.
And I just missed getting the gauge all the way to the finisher. One of the most demoralizing experiences in the world.
Always doing well.
Oh, yeah? I guess.
Wait! Please heal me!
What's the point of getting any stronger?
Why worry about it? Just think of that strength as a way you can protect the people you love even more.
Rinwell, thank you. That's a lovely way to think.
I know, right?
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
That's not your run-of-the-mill enemy.
No, it's not, and that's why we're here. I may actually, for all I said about waiting to allocate skill points, take a second to allocate skill points before we take that fella on. There are just too many choices. Maybe increase critical damage, faster HE recovery, that seems good. Increased crit. And I liked boosting down damage also. Where was that? I was hiding somewhere. I thought I saw increased down damage. Now it's hiding from me. There it is. We're gonna want her boost strike against this flyer anyway, so good time to open that up. Yes, I forgot that completing these titles also gives the characters stat bonuses, so it's another strategy to use in the order according to which you open up these skills. Maybe we can do that for some of these. That's a good one. Frustrating. Just barely missed having enough to do that. We'll just wait on it then, that's fine. All right. Let's do it. Catacomb Stormbringer. What a name.
Get in, get out.
Reminds me a little bit of the Sylph Zoogle. We had to fight in, well, not that we had to fight, but one could choose to fight in the 4 lights that descended from Rena as part of the Great Astral Spirits end game in the main game.
You barely managed to turn that battle. You don't need to. I'm surprised. Perhaps I'll put more. Well, I certainly won't argue.
Look sharp!
Lightning fire blade! Is that too much?
Not at all.
Never miss.
Take this!
Now you see what I can do! Watch this!
Flaming thrust! Soaring light spear! Strike!
Glacial speed.
Be still! Take this! Start up!
Watch this!
Chain between heaven and earth.
I'm not done! Soaring light spear!
Strike.
It's over! Nice! Now I can keep at it!
I know.
Keep this! Rising thrust!
There you go.
Flaming thrust!
It's weakened.
Okay! This ends now!
Got up too fast.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Take this!
This one's mine.
Okay! You're finished! Soaring light spear! Start up!
Require complete focus.
Rising
I'll heal you all. It looks like you got this one covered.
Eagle fire!
Thanks so much.
You're finished!
The waters of creation.
I owe you one. Dragon form! Double demon fang! Dazzle!
I'm nearly done for.
I'll finish you here and now!
Don't leave me! I can chain between heaven and earth. I'll bring you back from death. I won't give up.
Oh my god. Gildren, she died right away. Good job.
A new lease on life.
Be still! Here I come! Watch out!
Almost to the halfway point. Jesus Christ, what?
Soaring light spear!
I'll bring you back from death to death. Resuscitation.
Soaring light spear! Rising falcon! Flaming
Glacial spear. Here's evil. Between heaven and earth. I'll heal you all. A wailing healing circle. I'm ready.
Thanks, Shion.
It's not the first time.
I'm still grateful.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble! No fun! Just get done! I'm just
Rising falcon! I'm not done!
Here goes.
Talon hurricane! Dazzle!
One more.
Soaring light! The flame inside me yearns to be lit!
There we go.
Now's our chance.
Wasn't sure if that core was ever going to break. Not its over limit. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's what I was looking for the first time.
Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. I'll bring you back from
Fuck. That wasn't.
I'll bring you back from death to
Take this!
Freeze,
I'm not done!
I won't give up. A whirling struggle.
Dazzle!
Jesus.
Can't get here!
I'll bring you back from death to
There we go. All right.
Start with a punch,
That worked
get
out.
with a kick, and your history!
That'll bring you down.
Try harder! Stay away from my friend! Here I come!
Do it!
Down!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Ooh. A little rough and tumble at the end there, but we made it.
I can't stop shaking.
And a level. It's always worth it when
I
they
still
level
got a
up.
ways to go!
Alright, there we go. Hopefully whatever Zoogles we have to deal with for Rinwell's book quest pale in comparison to that. One way or another, we're adequately warmed up now, I would say. This way.
Get lost! All disasters may one! Come forth!
You're mine! Dragon form! I'm on it!
Here!
Eat this! Double demon fang! I'm not done! Here I come!
Totally! Immobilize that one!
Indeed, it does seem wise.
Now let's turn the tide.
No further! Take this! Double demon! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Not a chance! Struck!
Mega Ray! No complaints from me. Look! It's gotta be that book over there.
But it doesn't look like those Zoogles are going anywhere
But
anytime
they're keeping
soon.
it in their personal
We can't let the book
library.
get damaged. We have to get it back quickly.
They're not damaging it, they're just keeping it. Doesn't seem very considerate with respect to the aspirational literacy of Zoogles.
I'm not done!
Flying freaks! What did they just sit still?
Shield, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Lightning drop! No escape! Soaring light spear!
Slow dance!
Rise my
Take this!
I'm all set. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Well done.
Here I come!
Large split! This one's mine!
Do it! Too fast!
This ends now.
Consider Fire shall finish!
The waters of creation!
Turning right there!
Immortal droplet!
Rising Falcon! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Oh, thank goodness. It's a little dirty, but it looks mostly unharmed.
As this book's knowledge is imparted to those who possess it, it may become a relic itself someday.
That's true. I feel like I found the answer to the book's question before I even read it.
Ah. Appropriately esoteric for a Tales game.
Relics sure are fascinating, aren't they, Dohalim?
Indeed. They're stimulating and teach us countless new things.
But we ought to return this one to its rightful place. Let's go back to Visit, shall we?
The journey itself constituted the lesson that they were seeking through the journey.
You're the temperamental one here. You be careful.
Oh, shut up! Up. Thunderblade!
Stop it! Stop it!
For those who are interested in further studies in the esoteric journeys to be found in the Tales games, which I might find myself returning to as a theme or focus of study in what I publish either next or coming down the pike, because it's been fresh on my mind with some of the Tales games I've been playing more recently, check out a study on Kabbalah and Tales of the Abyss as an expression and act of Jewish mysticism. We are going back to Vicent.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
That's it! That's the book! Thank you so much.
It took us on quite the journey, but I think we were able to grow as a result.
Oh, right. That book was dropped before we found it. But it isn't seriously damaged, is it?
It looks to be fine. No pages are missing from what I can tell. The cover's a little scuffed up, but I can take care of that no problem.
Oh, good. Then this valuable text is back where it belongs.
Yeah, it's a relief the book made its way back. But more importantly, since you're the one who said you really wanted to read the book, nothing would make me happier than you giving it a read.
Well, like Dohalim said, it's already taught us the importance and appeal of relics. Really, I should be the one thanking you. But I'll definitely read it after you've finished restoring it.
Yes, I'll let you know once it's ready. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Awesome.
I wonder when I'll be able to read that book. I can hardly wait to crack it open.
Once we've both finished it, we should share our thoughts on what it has to say.
Maybe I'll give it a read too.
Why bother? I'm sure you'll fall asleep after a few pages.
The hell I will! Just you watch. I'll show you I can do something if I set my mind to it.
It's a nice allusion to the way in which Dohalim and Rinwell bonded over Dohalim's interest in the collection of Danon relics in the main game, because he had a genuine interest in that kind of history, but he was a little voyeuristic with respect to it. But by talking about it and working through it with Rinwell, who had such a rich Danon history by virtue of being the last surviving member of this clan of mages, he was really able to expand his own mind about it, and Rinwell was also able to see the value of her own heritage in a new light. to the point where they ultimately considered and played around with the idea of opening a whole exhibition or museum or some kind of installation to allow everyone to just see and reflect on the artifacts they had collected over the course of their journey. It ties in nice to our conversation about the value of curation yesterday, and also a nice explanation for why Dohalim, given his interest in artifacts and relics, was the perfect counterpoint to Renwell on that quest. So if they're doing that in terms of pairs of characters for each of these quests, perhaps that's the explanation, or at least a basis for it, the idea that characters other than the character who's pursuing their own arc can support that arc by virtue of the shared connective tissue in their interests, like Dohalim and Renwell sharing the interest in artifacts together. All right. Well, those were the last of the subquests that were available when I started the stream, at least, unless any new ones have opened up. It looks like no, we're caught up. All right, fantastic. That didn't take anywhere near as long as I thought it might. Though, we certainly still have many quests to go, judging by the fact that there are 2 of those for each character, and I'm sure there'll be many other quests to support and rebuild the various countries besides. We could stock up on items, rest, cook, and proceed with the main story.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Life bottles, priority numero uno. Oh, and selling commodities, also priority numero uno. There we go. I forgot how much scarcer gold is for a lot of this game than it is in many of the other Tales games. Maybe just because they expect you to do more crafting and also resource management in terms of the commodities that you collect and selling off those. But yeah, it's coming back to me that that was something I had an issue with a lot in the main game as well. Not that it was ever an insurmountable issue, but just it required a little more mindfulness about one's purse strings than usual, which really reinforces the frugality of Kisara. Allows you to better relate to it as a player in some ways. Are there any new weapons we can craft? Heavenly Gaze. Alright. That's a no-brainer. Oh, and now we don't have money for the others.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Are there any other accessories it's worth crafting right now? Thinking this might be good for Shion. I don't know if that's really worth it. A Mystic Crest would be great. Oh, but we don't have the money. See, this is what I'm talking about. We already sold all our commodities. Well, let's just... I think our kit is good enough for now, and once we have some more items to sell, we can always just do a more thorough accounting and revision of our setup at that point. I think that's a good way to do it. We got a new book for Renwell. at the conclusion of a book-related quest for Rinwell, so that feels sufficiently thematically consonant and satisfying for me. Oh, but I forgot to rest at the end. Ah! Got the memory of a goldfish this evening. Too excited to go on in the main story, see what happens next.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof.
It's like an extended Christmas working through brand new Tales content. More dropped items, yes, please, absolutely.
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it.
Alright, now onwards. After we save up. Back to Nia's, I believe. Huh, interesting. So the explanation there, if you missed that loading screen, was that the Renans were responsible for carving up the lands into territories for the purpose of the crown contest in the first place. And now the boundaries have remained, but the places are able to define and formulate their own identities rather than just deriving it from subjugation or what the Renans decided on. It's an interesting and very Tales approach to the idea that part of autonomy is making sense and telling your own story given the constraints you discover for yourself rather than shaking off all pre-existing constraints and just starting from zero, which is a bit more of a fantasy. Alright, and we're off. Oh! What?
Masks?
They left. What was that all about?
I was not expecting
It
that.
sure doesn't seem like any sort of festival. I've got a very bad feeling about this.
The way they didn't seem to be listening to anything brings back some bad memories, huh?
What we saw at Volron's castle. You're right. Just what's going on?
And those masks.
Yeah. They look just like the iron mask I once wore.
And the ones we saw in the mausoleum.
We should find someone who can fill us in.
They're all wearing masks.
They aren't responding to anything we say. What's going on?
Maybe we can find someone without a mask.
Oh. God, this is so unnerving. I have to go back and check, but I think it has the same coloration also of the masks that we saw in the mausoleum. I have to imagine that's the case, that's the particular type that we're looking at. Because remember, back when we were in the mausoleum and the party was looking at them and talking about them, they said they were reminiscent of the iron mask that Alphen wore, but they seemed distinct in some important sense that was not further articulated. Boy, and how interesting and just radical a tonal shift after a DLC that was really directly concerned with empowering individuals and supporting NPCs with their own interests and figuring out the right way to do that from the perspective of the party for the NPCs who had just begun to flourish and become individualistic, free from the yoke of oppression, to now be like properly, fully subjugated, even in more thoroughgoing a sense than what happened during the Renan occupation of Dana. They're just like even less of an individual character with personality and intent than you expect from a typical generic NPC. Ugh. So I wonder, I imagine it's the case, but since the distinction between the two sides of town in Niez has been really important, is it the same on both sides in terms of people being bound in these masks? Oh. Interesting that some of them are uttering noises at least, whereas others are completely silent, such as that one. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Chilling. Can't even get into the Darkwing's headquarters. I was curious if Bayfon also had a mask.
It's locked. Let's try somewhere else.
I have to imagine Nazamil is responsible for this in some misguided way, right? As if she's a child who's trying to figure out how to stop all of the conflict and disagreement between people, and so her conclusion has just been to eliminate all potential for conflict by completely erasing their individual intent and capacity for self-expression, maybe something like that.
They're all wearing the same masks. Even the Renans. Hey, can you hear me? Hello? It's useless. What's going on? Do these come off?
Removing them should be our last resort. If the masks caused this, who knows what happens if we take them off?
They don't look hurt, but they're so silent. It's creepy.
Either Danon or Renan is fine. Isn't there anyone here without a mask?
Maybe they've taken shelter somewhere. Let's have a look around.
With that allusion to the way in which Volron oppressed his people with just a total erasure of their individual will in Ganeth Harros back during his rule as the presiding lord, I wonder whether these masks are the end result of the research that the Helganquil and the researcher Renans up on Lenegis conducted on Volron's method of rule, because you might or might not remember, but there are actually logs that you can find in the Forbidden Zone of Lenegis that talk specifically about the basically mind control that Volron enacts through his particular method of subjugation in Ganeth Harros, and says that it warrants further investigation as a way of basically drawing as much energy as possible out of the Danons with maximal efficiency and minimal conflict. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had taken that research and used it to create another version of the numbing mask that was used with Alphen as kind of a way to save him from his own pain of the memories of the chaos that he had caused, but still left him with the ability to act as an individual and with his own desires and intentions. This seems perhaps like a further step towards the annihilation of the self, of the kind that would be possible with Volron's efforts in Ganeth Harros.
Who is it?
Oh, thank God.
Bayfon? You're safe. What's happening? What's wrong with those people out front?
Well, a while back, some very odd folk showed up in town. They were all wearing masks, but there were both Renans and Danons among them. But that wasn't the weirdest part of the whole thing. Who do you think was leading them?
Nazamil?
I don't know. Who?
Nazamil.
What do you mean? How could Nazamil be leading them?
It's exactly as I said. Only one person was wearing a different mask than the others, and it was her. No doubt about it.
She also has a mask.
They called themselves Cal Basil.
The one path.
They said they had come to bring peace. However, their methods made that very hard to believe. They started putting those masks on all the people here, and you saw what happened to them after that.
You mean you couldn't stop them? What happened? Where were the Dark Wings?
Nazamil was using some astral art. It was nearly impossible to resist her.
I see. But you managed to slip away and hide here.
What is Nazamil up to? Turning people into her puppets with those masks.
They say they bring peace. And I guess technically, they can't fight if they're all being controlled like that.
Nazamil told us to be patient a little longer, didn't she?
Whatever is going to happen, it must be imminent. Do you know where they were headed?
Shinefall Woods, in Ganeth Harrows. I know it's odd, but when someone asked where they came from, that's where they said their base is.
They're not even trying to hide? Could it be some kind of trap?
We'll just have to go and find out. I see no other options.
What are you up to, girl?
Phase 1's coming along well.
Phase 1? Oh no.
Soon, Phase 2 will come. Everything is going perfectly. Just you wait.
I'm sure she's confident that she's doing the right thing from Alphen and friends' perspective. To get to Ganeth Harrows, you'll need to use fast travel. This enables you to go not only to Shinefall Woods, but also Pelegion and Thislan, so try stopping by during your adventures. It is tough having to fast travel between some of the realms. I suppose perhaps there's some way we can read that in a charitable sense to the DLC, with the idea of perhaps with the world being unified but not yet fully integrated, it's all the more important to see each of the realms distinctly on its own terms rather than sliding them together. That strikes me as a relatively natural and charitable reading of it. Obviously, I'm sure the actual issues in terms of why it came to be that way were design constraints, but that's not incompatible with assigning a narrative meaning to it, because it has the narrative meaning whether you want it to or not, or where it came from. Really interesting. So I don't want to hypothesize too much, but what has me interested from the intertextual perspective, looking at it relative to the other Tales games, is it smacks of the Age of Lifeless Beings in terms of Mythos' plan in Tales of Symphonia to eliminate discrimination and prejudice by erasing all difference between people and basically removing all concepts of race and gender and individual goals and everything else, and basically turning everyone into formless robots for all intents and purposes. And interesting because in Tales of Symphonia, the gang overcomes that, and then it's on the heels of defeating Mythos and undermining his plan and speaking out in the face of it that they end up reuniting the worlds of Tetheala and Silverant, which had been forced apart by Mythos in pursuit of his agenda. So now seen in a certain light, it's almost like we have those two elements reversed, where the gang here in Tales of Arise has brought the two distinct worlds together, but it's in recognition of the conflicts that were caused by that unexpected unification that now someone who's just naive and well-intentioned like a child, ostensibly, that's how Nazamil seems to me right now at least, could arrive at and pursue this agenda of a similar kind of Age of Lifeless Beings annihilating all differences between various communities in pursuit of shoring up the peace that she recognizes Alphen and everyone else cares about and wants to figure out how to enact, but doesn't know how. Also interesting too, because one of the themes that we've talked about coming up over and over again in the DLC is the notion of safety, and how especially for someone like an abused child such as Nazamil, it's so incredibly important to try to figure out how to engineer some semblance of safety and feeling just protected and able to exist in the world without constant indeterminate threats coming from all sides. And so the idea that something about the predictability and uniformity of a world that is united by everyone being the same and not having any interactions, let alone conflicts, rather than a world that's unified through diversity where everyone pursues their own interests, and even if that's harmonious, it breeds chaos and unpredictability in a way that might make it harder for someone to feel safe, especially if they have never known that safety and don't know how to anchor their own identity in the world in a way that can allow them to feel self-assured. It's tragic but understandable why she would draw kind of the wrong conclusion from the issue that the world is facing in terms of reintegration. Alright, so we've picked up more character subquests. Boy, it's a tough time for those to pick up when we're so drawn into the main plot, but I really want to take the game at its word, encouraging us to see those through as they come up. So I am going to diverge and do those, especially because now we can see what some of the second step character subquests look like, because we have those for Shion and Kisara. So let's start there, see what it has on offer. And we have some more regular subquests that have arisen too.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Looks like someone needs our help.
Good grief, you're such a softie.
Welcome. Care for some fresh bread? We have samples of our brand new Gladys's donuts. Get them before they're gone. Here you go. Please try them out.
Thank you.
Thanks, I will. But aren't Gladys's donuts a Calaglian local specialty?
All right.
Oh, you know them? We spoke with people from Calaglia and got permission to make and sell them here. We have permission to manufacture and sell, don't we, Dad?
Huh.
How do you even know what those are? Guess it's a sign you're a good helper to your father. Oh yeah, my girls are the best. I just wish my donuts would sell. Oh really? Donuts are very popular in Calaglia. They sell out in an instant there, mostly when Shion comes through and buys them all and eats them immediately. It's this Cislodian cold. The donuts get stiff and lose their delicious chewiness. We're helping Dad improve the dough, but nothing we've tried has helped. If we can improve it and boost sales, it'll be not just the shop that benefits, but Calaglia too.
Wow.
In that case, why don't you ask the man who invented Gladys's donuts?
Oh.
He's a very kind man. I'm sure he can come up with a special donut that suits Cislodia and its cold climate. Dad, let's go talk to him. Oh, but I can't close down the shop. We have regular customers who we need to serve every day. If only some kind souls could go talk to him for us.
Got it.
And in this case, it is Shion who undertakes it, as opposed to Kisara coming in from the outside, like we saw with respect to Dohalim and Rinral's quest. We can go if you don't mind. Really? That would be much appreciated.
Yay!
Thank you, miss. Here, take this bread as thanks. My sister and I made it ourselves. Look at that. Payment in advance. We'll be sure to earn it. The temperature of touch. Ooh, is it going to be about Shion's tactile experience of the world post-Thorns? I'm excited about that.
They've become a true Calaglian delicacy, haven't they?
Imagine how great it'll be once we start getting the new kind made for Cislodia.
It'll be great, sure. but I'm a little worried about the effect it's going to have on our funds.
Right. Sorry about that.
So perhaps the second tier character subquests will consist in facilitating and shaping the connections between these different independent realms, helping to facilitate trade and international bonds, things like that. Why is Gordino here? Well, I suppose we'll find out. I wonder if there'll be a certain tenor to those connections, perhaps, with the way in which they comment on and empower the individual characters who are the subjects of the quest that'll differentiate it from what we got at the end of Tales of Arise, because by the time all the realms were liberated, we also saw a lot of that cross-pollination of people going different places and collaborating in ways that weren't possible before, so my hope is this extension has something slightly different to say about it. I imagine it will.
Get lost! Strike! I'm on it! Get it!
Lunar corruption!
Take this!
Gemini
Not
order!
Not today! Blazing flame! Here I prepare to be steel! Blazing flame! In a vine! Be still! Take this! Rising hurricane! I'm not done!
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Lunar portfolio. Immobilize that one.
Indeed. That does seem wise.
Now let's turn the tide.
Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Blazing swords on fire! Burn!
I'll finish you here and
Soaring
now!
light spear!
Eagle Fly! This one's got your name on it!
Everyone hanging in there?
So many berserkers.
Get in, get out! Can't get out of this!
Hope this works!
It's over!
Alright. Nothing like a new spell.
Here I come! Keep pushing forward!
But don't go too far. Stay close.
Right! Sorry.
Those two really haven't changed a bit.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. Ah, guess I misread the landing.
But an opponent like this should be easy.
All mine!
Take this!
Here's my call!
I'll smash you!
I'm just getting closer! Here's the evil!
Double demon fang! Blazing flame!
They're above us. Shion, you know what to do.
It's my turn, is it? I'm on it.
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Here I come! I'm on it! Blazing dragon! No escape!
Magic is there!
Dragon swarm! Thanks, Sion.
See what happened there is time.
And I'm still
Should have
grateful.
done that.
Rising Phoenix! Strike! Dragon swarm!
All good things come to an
Now!
end.
Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
This could be useful.
Hey there!
Oh, there you are. We wanted to talk to you about Cislodian donuts. That's quite out of the blue. But sure, I'm all ears. What is it? Leave it to Shion's character quest to involve food. Interesting. So, Gladys's Donuts has that kind of an issue, huh? Fascinating. I know, right? If we can solve it, it'll help both Calaglia and Cyslodia.
Watch it!
No, not that. What's got my interest is unlocking the potential of a new delicacy. I thought you'd say that. Do you have any advice to help solve the problem?
Very nice.
I'll think about it. Revision's a part of gourmet, after all. Let's see. Maybe...
Yes.
That's it! I got it! The perfect thing for Cyslodia is... Reveal Kumads! Reveal... What? That's what I was gonna say. Reveal Lukumads! I thought I'd try making something based off of a dish known as lukumads. I wish I were a chef or had someone with culinary background on the stream, because I couldn't even tell you if that is a fantasy word or a culinary word or something else altogether. Listen up. Appearance-wise, they're no different from normal donuts. But the dough is extra sticky and fluffy. It won't stiffen up even in freezing Cislodia.
Wow!
Oh, that sounds perfect. Tell us how to make them. Sure, but first you must try them. And that means I need the ingredients to make them. Okay, we'll gather everything right away. Just tell us what you need. Love that enthusiasm. I get it, though. The donuts do sound awful tasty, don't they? Come back here once you have everything, and I'll introduce you to a new flavor experience.
Alrighty, let's gather those ingredients and chow down on tasty donuts.
Since when have you been so excited about Gordino's cuisine, Law?
Who wouldn't be excited about donuts?
Good point. But don't forget what our objective is here.
Alright, do we have them all, or do we need to go shopping? Is it not on the list somehow? That's weird. I thought... Oh, there we go. It was hiding in another submenu. We need 2 eggs. Alright. I imagine that should be easy enough to just buy from a shop. To the inn!
I can't stop shaking.
What a thing for a shopkeeper in Cisloden to say. Transactions should be fair with no deception on either side. How far we've come, my friends. Egg. There it is.
That should be
Perfect.
everything. Let's deliver them to Gordino.
Hey, didn't we find a recipe that...
Yeah.
Azamil alone.
We can use this for it.
As a rule, I don't love avoiding random encounters, but with the plurality of quests and my searing interest in the main plot, I don't want to extend our time unnecessarily with many, many fights of the same enemies. We've got the ingredients. Is this everything?
Yes!
Yes, that'll do it. All right, just give me a bit and I'll get to work on whipping them up. Done. All right, prepare yourselves to fully savor the flavor of an all-new culinary experience. Can't wait to try it. This texture. Wow, they're the chewiest, fluffiest donuts I've ever had. These should stay soft even in the cold of Cislodia. Thanks, Gordino. The Cisloden bakers will be thrilled. Have you noticed, too, this is kind of cool, in this, the second of the quests that's focusing on Shion, she's being supported by and teaming up with all of the different party members. Like, now she's taste testing the donuts with Rinwell. Earlier, when she was explaining the situation to Gordino and making a plan, Law was there. It was, Kisara, I think, back when she first accepted the request and decided to help the donut makers. So all the party members are coming together, but in one-on-one interactions with Shion in order to help her see through this this effort of support for someone beyond her whom she cares about.
How about it?
Hey, Shion, why don't we bring some back for the kids so they can try them firsthand? If that's the case, I can make some more for those kids.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gordino, but that's a lot of work for you. Allow us to help.
Yeah.
Good idea. There are still ingredients left, so let's get started.
Yeah.
All right, let's make some donuts. This game's making me hungry again. all done, but we may have made too many. Better to have too many than too few. Let's take these back to Sisselden.
Moron!
Hold on now. There's one more thing left to do.
Oh?
I love that audio cut in. Moron! I might steal that. There is? What? The most important part. You ready? Listen up. This dish is absolutely exquisite. Are you okay? Oh, cooking has made me so famished I can't come up with anything good. Well, forget about it. I'll show you an amazing one the next time you come around.
Seriously?
Quite the free spirit. But when it comes to gourmet, he's the real deal. Let's go share these samples with the girls at the bakery.
Huh? What happened to the other samples?
Sorry, Rinwell. I may have eaten a few of them, but hear me out. I tried really hard to stop at 3, but before I knew it, I'd had 6.
Even 3 would have been 3 too many.
I can't stop shaking.
It takes a certain character to be an expert gourmet, I suppose.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Rising Falcon!
Now I'm in the cooler.
The flame inside is yearns to be let free! Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Now I'm in the cooler.
Take this!
Lame.
Don't
Now I'm real mad.
Take this!
do it!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here's a healing
Here
circle!
I come! Rising Falcon! Propel!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
The heavens must be smiling.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
That was great commentary on Sisselden. The legacy of slavery continues to bind people's minds. What an illustrative turn of phrase. We got just the donuts for you. And we brought samples too. Care to try them?
We did it!
Thank you, miss. They look great. Yum! Chewy, fluffy, delicious. These just might hold up to the low temps in Cislodia.
Right.
Perfect. That makes the effort all worth it, doesn't it, Shion? I only helped out a little. By the way, where are your father and sister?
Okay.
Oh, they went out to restock, so I'm looking after the shop. Is that right? Well, we've got samples for them too, so I'll leave them with you. Wow, so many. You're like a donut vendor or something. You know, it might actually be fun to make and sell special local versions of Gladys's donuts for each region.
Yeah.
Shion, the donut vendor. I'm sure Alphen would be right there with you. What? That's... well, it might not be so bad, actually. Anyway, we still have some donuts left. What should we do with them?
Okay.
I have an idea. Some customers the other day were interested in Gladys's donuts. They said they came from a place called Pelagian, and they wanted us to sell our donuts in their city.
Shion?
Shion, why don't we bring the donuts to Pelagian?
Yes.
I agree. All right.
I'm shocked
to a
that you
new locale.
voluntarily parted with the leftover donuts, Shion.
Hey, give me some credit. I already put some aside for myself. There were still more left though, so I went along with Rinwell's idea.
What? When was this?
Figures. Nothing gets between Shion and good food.
Welcome. Oh, it's you. Thank you again for the donuts. Those donuts were delicious. My father was even moved to tears by how good they were. Oh, I love that. I do remember one of the little wonderful windows into Alphen and Shion's life together following the resolution of the main game, and the credits is them, I don't want to say playing house because the implication is that they do eventually settle down, but cooking together, which is something that they also talk about and look forward to, even just in their campfire heart-to-hearts during the main game. So the idea that Shion, through this individual quest and soul-searching, would get in touch with her love of cooking as a way of relating to the New World and all of the regions, and also in a way that would bring her back to her relationship with Alphen, ultimately feels very heartfelt and earned, and consonant with the rest of the story. So we want Ganatheros for this. And Pelagian, great. Which will also be our first trip here in the DLC, so we might as well do some sightseeing
Finally.
and see what the culture is like.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
The capital, formerly the seat of Volron's soul-crushing, literally, oppression that we were talking about in reference to those masks. We can't leave it all to people from outside. We will protect this city too. How are you running low on supplies? Aren't you supposed to keep track of stuff like that? I'm sorry, someone said they wanted them, so I let them have them. Might still be a tough world for them without us. That's right, the whole the issue in Pelagian and Ganatheros more broadly post-Volron, as you might imagine, was because he robbed them of their individual wills. People really didn't know how to express themselves or collaborate with others, or draw boundaries. So I can see the city, even with good intentions for coexistence and integration, not really having the proper infrastructure or knowledge how to see it through in a way that allows the city to thrive and grow. I finally finished making dolls of Boomies, the Zoogle mascot of Ganatheros. This was also a side quest in the original game. But I don't have a store where I can sell them. I really want to sell them directly to customers myself. Okay, so for Shion's subquest, we are headed to level 2. Got it. This elevator goes to the upper levels. Please, step inside. I don't think it's a good idea for Danons to go up there. Calbazel, I think is what they said it was pronounced as. Where are today's supplies? Hurry up and bring them here. They're delayed a few days because of an accident. I'm sorry, but you'll have to manage with what you have now. We lost our homes because of your friend, the Blazing Sword. You should think more carefully about how you treat us. Just bring us the Danon supplies or something. Brennan's still feeling entitled and seemingly expressing more authority here than we've seen elsewhere. Presiding literally higher up in the city than the Danons. To have to join hands with the Embedded because we Renans cannot sustain our civilization alone. The words of Lord Dohalim do sound attractive at times, but for me, there will only ever be Lord Ganabelt. How fervently would Lord Ganabelt mourn if he saw the state of things today? Wishing wistfully for Ganabelt. Gross. Pelagian's great waterfall stopped flowing. I used to always feel so proud of Renan technology whenever I saw it, too. I wish we could make something, some kind of a memento of the waterfall to keep our pride alive. As long as we live in the same city as the Danons, we should be respectful of one another. That's what Lord Dohalim teaches us. I think much of what he says is great, I'll grant him that much, but even so, there's inevitably opposition to the idea that Renans and Danons are equals. It's a sensible feeling for Renans to have, although some Renans don't seem to feel that way. I can't say this too loud, but I find it deplorable that some Renans try to befriend Danons. So this place, interestingly, seems to be a bit of a melting pot of all the different
What's this thing?
Renan perspectives on the world and their particular issues and the potential or lack thereof to integrate with the Danons. Hey, welcome to Pelagian. While Doe's out and about, I'm watching over things here, or trying at least. Yeah, Avakir, one of Dolan's childhood friends. It may not be the most reliable, but it'll be fine. Just do whatever it is you need to do. The Renans who live here are going around explaining Lord Dohalim's ideals. I think more people are starting to understand. I'll go talk to the Danans living below next. I'm a little scared, but I'm doing this for Lord Dohalim. Seeing how the Danans live below makes me feel the weight of what we've done. I think we should help them to be able to live their lives without being held back. I understand what you're saying, but what would the more hard-headed Renan say about that? The opposition against us has only grown since Lord Balsef's passing. In the end, I was forced to clean the floors. Now I appreciate the power of his presence, how the power of his presence protected those of the lower houses. This, too, is the Blazing Sword's fault. I have to do something to make up for this humiliation. Why do I have to do the cleaning? Just because my astral arts aren't very strong. Didn't Lord Dohalim say we shouldn't be restricted by social class? Is something wrong? You've been staring at us for a while now. The silent type, eh? Don't think we'll get an answer out of him like this. It's unfortunate, but many of the people who came down from Lenegus are still wary of us. I know. From the child's perspective, we must seem like the bad guys. But all the more reason for us to do what we can to ease this boy's anxieties, right? This is about the only thing I can do right now, but would you accept this donut?
Huh?
Donut? Why give it to me? What about just getting to know us better? Is that enough of a reason? How did you feel talking to me like this? Was it scary? No, not at all.
Well?
I'd be very happy if you accepted these donuts. And when your stomach gets full, it fills up your heart, too. Fine, but just a bite. You're right. That's really good. Sounds like you enjoyed it. Here, take enough for your family, too. Thanks.
That boy's anxiety seemed sufficiently eased. What's the matter, Shion?
I used to be afraid of handing things to people. If I accidentally touched them, I'd end up hurting them. But it's different now. That boy's hand was warm.
The food you cooked warmed it. And not just his hand, but his heart, too.
I hope you're right.
I love that.
I realized something from this experience. Kids tend to take a liking to you, don't they?
You think so? I think it's just because the donuts turned out well. At any rate, I'm glad that we were able to share Calaglia's specialty with more of the world, and that I could personally hand it to so many people. I didn't know human touch could be so warm.
Yeah, and that feeling of warmth really stays with you, too. But anyway, I guess that's the end of our donut sharing. Speaking of which, I haven't even tried one yet.
Don't worry, I saved some for you.
Thanks. I'll try one right away. Man, that's tasty. Knowing how much effort you put into them makes them taste even sweeter.
You might be exaggerating a bit. Still, I like seeing people so happy. That's one more recipe under my belt. Maybe next I should invite a lot of people over for a big dinner party.
That's a great idea. I'll help you prepare when the time comes.
I'll take you up on that offer. I'll have to practice making some delicious dishes until then. That way I'll be able to make and eat whatever I want, whenever I want.
Talk about an ulterior motive. But it's good that you're able to touch so many people, both literally and figuratively.
That was so great. It's got me jonesing for the rest of them now. See how they play out
Those
with all the
donuts you
different
made
characters.
were really good, Shion. I can understand why they made all those kids so happy.
Thanks. Hey, Alphen. I was wondering, what if, and this is a pretty big if, what would you think if I said I wanted to open my own donut shop?
Yes, do it.
Huh? Really?
No, it's not that it's something I really want to do. It's just that I remembered something Rinwell said to me. She said, if you're going to sell donuts, I'm sure Alphen would be right there with you.
She said that? Well, yeah, I guess she was right. Whatever you decide to do in life, I'll be there to support you and help in any way I can.
Alphen, are you saying...
But you know, if we ever really open a store, I want to make and sell my own donuts too.
Wait, Alphen?
Oh, that's it. What if we made spicy donuts? Would those be the trendiest donuts ever?
Knew that was coming.
Are you crazy? Yuck! It's my store, so I'm only going to sell donuts that I think are good.
In that case, I'll just have to make some spicy donuts that you think are good.
You know, Alphen, you can be really stubborn when you want to be.
I'm not the only one. So, what do you think? Are you gonna hire me at your donut shop?
Well, I guess I can take your application under consideration.
Deadeye Essence. A testament proving that Shion has completely mastered her traits and surpassed her previous limits. Boost attack enhancement. Alright, you completed both of a character's subquests and obtained their essence. So the character's boost attack's traits have been enhanced. Every party member's boost attack can be enhanced. Wow, so that itself is a bold statement, talking about things that offer narrative voice from tutorials. By dint of executing these quests with Shion, we have obtained her essence as manifested in a particular item.
Just one type of food allowed
Really
us to
interesting.
connect with so many people.
And those connections led to even more.
All the more reason for us to cherish each new bond we make.
So what is the item itself? It doesn't really say anything further about it or give like an image of it. So I guess Deadeye in reference to the fact that she's a shooter and a sniper. So perhaps it is just the metaphysical distillation of Shion-ness. That's really interesting. I love too, when we were projecting about where this DLC might go, back when it was first announced, one of the things that was really fun to think about was the announcement of which characters would be getting which DLC costumes, letting them don the garb of which other characters from the Tales franchise. And so, actually, I think I know I got those. I got the DLC pack of those costumes, so it might be something that I have to download in an additional menu or something. Yeah, here we go. Hold that thought, because I did have a thought, but I wanted to see if I could just find these items. Classic characters. There we go. Okay. So, I still want them to go around with their particular outfits, but for the sake of this commentary, where is it? Boop, doop, doop, boop, 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 boop. There it is. So, Shion, for instance, her DLC costume connecting her with another character is the wonderfully titled Despair Devouring Avenger outfit. The clothes worn by a certain Avenger. For some reason, the wearer's left arm feels tingly when wearing it. And we don't need to speculate about that reason, because if you've been working through Tales of Praxis with us, you know that we very recently wrapped up a very long playthrough of Tales of Berseria, and this is the iconic outfit of Velvet Crow, the main character and ultimately one half of the mythopoeic origins of the universe as grounded, leading into Tales of Zestiria thereafter. But so seeing that Shion was going to be getting Velvet's outfit, it raised the question of, well, what are the connections that the outfit might be pointing out or inviting us to consider between Shion and Velvet, and what might applying the lens of Velvet to Shion reveal about her character? And I think there's a lot you can say there. I think in terms of the ways in which they're isolated and how they cope with that, especially in terms of how Velvet is imprisoned and turned into something other than human and has to kind of fight her way out of that, and also figure out how to open up to a world that she has shut out as a survival mechanism. That tracks with a lot of what Shion goes through with her thorns. But then something else that was interesting that I didn't really think about until this quest was Tales of Berseria is also so thoroughly about the nature of consumption and food and hunger, both literally, but also really importantly, metaphorically. What is it for someone to have a deep-seated desire that is not fed? What does it take to satisfy those things? And how does the disparity between hunger and satisfaction catalyze so many of the motions in individual interactions, society, even cosmological cycles at the end of the day. And so it's so interesting to see that in relation to Shion's interest in food and her appetite, which has always been something of a running gag in this game. But if you think about who Shion was and how she was cursed with these thorns that kept everyone else at arm's length, it's almost as if for a really long time, all she could do was consume and bring things into her being rather than extending herself to anyone else outside of her. And so I love the idea that now that she's fully realized, now that she's been free from her thorns, she can not only touch other people physically and literally, but also use that thing that was probably a coping mechanism in some sense for a long time, that deep-seated appetite and just desire for food, and also extend that outward as something that can be offered to others to support them. To say nothing of the fact that Alphen was so helpful in empowering her to develop the language and the praxis for both of those things. I mean, her the arc that she went through in terms of coming to understand the nature of touch was so deeply about Alphen, the nature of a gesture in terms of how painful it can be, like when she reached out to take his hand when Volron was spiriting her away, but that was when Alphen could suddenly feel pain again, so he recoiled and she just lost the will to do anything, all the way to at the end of the game when she's finally free of her thorns and they can share and embrace the meaning of that, now to the point that she can extend her own hand to others in an act of generosity and empowering them on their own terms. And on top of all that, for her to be realizing this through a donut that originates from Calaglia, which of course was where she and Alphen met and where Alphen was kind of based during his servitude as a Danon, I think does a wonderfully touching job of showing, Shion coming into her own as a person and what she wants to focus on, but also coming into her own as a person in a way that does honor to the particular special relationship and authentic love that she has with Alphen. It says so much with just a few really tight symbols that are, to use the terminology of the game, essential to Shion's character. I love that. Hey Doug, yeah, tons of developments. You may just want to watch the VOD, my friend. Nazamiel has not directly surfaced at this point, but we've seen the next phase of her plan, which seems to consist in using those masks that we were speculating about to suppress the differences between people, kind of turning them into zombies. We went back to Nia's and everyone was wearing masks and kind of just wandering around with no intention or ability to express themselves. And then, as you've probably heard me monologuing on for the last little bit, we've been spending a lot of time in those the individual character quests that opened up at the end of the last stream, which have been really, really interesting and rewarding. So we're working through those, knocking those out, and then going back to the main quest after that. Oh yeah, there was no doubt they were going to show up in one way or another. So I should say, Nazamiel has shown up again once, but not in front of the party. We saw a cutscene of her back in either a mausoleum or maybe the same mausoleum that we went to in the game. It wasn't totally clear, but she also described to herself whatever's going on now as phase 1 of whatever her plan is. So we know she has some kind of multi-phase scheme in motion. Part of it has to do with apparently subduing the individuality and capacity for conflict between people. And so we're working through the subquest right now, but then the next mission in the main quest is to go to the apparent base of operations of this kind of group of supporters she has cultivated. So it's a group with a name that is not stuck in my head yet, but it's a new name. It's something we haven't heard before. And so she seems to, it's not clear whether it's a cult yet or she just has, followers who are kind of supporting her, but that's what we're going to be finding out next. Cal Basil, there you go, that's the name. The name is on the objective. For Whom is the name of this main quest, which is a very cool name. All of these main quests have had really poetic and challenging names, I've noticed too. Like that one, Feared, that's centered on, Alphen standing up for Nazamiel and the aftermath of that. So many cool names. Let's do Kisara's next. This is the personal subquest number 2 for Kisara.
was quite the little adventure we went on.
This is showing that I'm way too submerged in Tales of Arise
There might be
that I
someone
can
who could
tell
use
you
our
this
help.
at the drop of a hat, but this is the very same road. It's a little further down. It was down here, but this is where the second subquest for Kisara picks up. This was also where she decided and resolved after the party came through and liberated Elde Menencia that she wanted to go and travel with them in Dohalim rather than staying here and looking after the city. So it is not only a city, but in fact a street that is rife with a lot of personal symbolism and reflection for Kisara. Hey lady, have you ever seen a big fish swim? A big fish? I see them all the time when I'm fishing. Yeah! You do? Whoa, cool. I've never seen one. I bet my friends haven't either. It's my dream to see a real live fish with them someday.
Wow.
I see. Then I hope your dream comes true. Speaking of dreams, didn't you want to build a fishing pond, Kisara? Oh, I'd forgotten that. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad we're going back to this. So you remembered. It's true, and I've been slowly saving up money for it. Wow, you're going to build a fishing pond? It'll be full of fish, right? That'd be so cool. The only problem is that I haven't found a good spot. Somewhere in a safe area would be nice if possible. Then maybe you should visit different cities and find the ideal spot. How about it? I can help. I appreciate the offer, but let's see.
Yes.
This is a good opportunity, and it'll be nice for the children too. Let's find a good spot. Yeah, so this is also, like we saw in Shion's second quest, Kisara making the decision to undertake it rather than Alphen, the character supporting her. So maybe that'll be a formal pivot in all of them, from the first quest being something that the supporting character decides to do with the characters, the focus of the quest, to then in the second quest they have the drive and intention and clarity of purpose to decide on it for themselves. Woohoo! I can't wait to see your fishing pond. Hey, Pizzicato, welcome back, my friend. Life is going well. Are you kidding me? You're asking me how life's going? We have brand new Tales content to sink our teeth into. It's rife with interesting themes and messages and intertextual connections and insights. Life is good for the philosopher of video game storytelling, my friend. All the better for having you back on the stream. Welcome. How's life going for you? When it's done, I hope you and your friends come to see the fish swimming in it. Haha, I'm glad it shows. I aim to express it. We will. I'm so excited. Seeking the ideal waterfront. All right.
What would be the best spot for a fishing pond?
How about asking everyone's opinion? Oh, but we're not supposed to let Dohalim know, huh?
Oh, that's not a problem. He's stuck in Pelagian, so we don't have to worry about him finding out. Sorry for the extra trouble, but asking everyone's thoughts is a good idea. I'll do that later.
All right, so it looks like there's one place we can check out right here. Another world tour for another specific life purpose. It's a good question, Pizzicato. It totally varies based on the circumstance and also based on the intention according to which I'm approaching a game on any given play session. There'll be some games where I really just want to sit down and experience it for the first time and not take myself out of it with too much of a self-consciously critical lens. And so in that case, I'll just kind of sit down and play and truck through it and let, my interest take me where it wants to and not do a lot of self-conscious note-taking or thinking about things. When I played Tales of Destiny for Tales of Praxis, it was a little bit like that. And so it was really only after I then played Tales of Vesperia and was going back to Tales of Destiny that I did a lot of the note-taking and analysis and stuff like that at that point. I think I've mentioned on the stream before, but especially during these live book clubs, what I'll sometimes do is I just, there's no way to show you this on the stream, but I keep a notepad on my computer up in the background with OBS. So then if, we're working through something on the stream and something comes up where I say like, oh man, that's that's really interesting. I see that connecting to this other thing, and I imagine it as something I might want to write about or expand on later or simply come back to. I'll make a note of the timestamp and just a little note of what I talked about, so then I can easily find it later in the VOD for myself. But then there are other games where, like with Tales of Eternia, for instance, when I just played that, I was pretty actively taking notes and just a bunch of screenshots of interesting pieces of dialogue and things that happen because that's a game that's older and it's not well like chronicled or cataloged online. So all the better to have, personal resources for keeping track of it. And also B, like with some games, when it's new and just really interesting, and also there are a lot of threads to keep track of, it's like sometimes my mind simply runs away from me, and then when I get really excited and stimulated like that, as has also been happening in Beyond the Dawn, I almost feel compelled to take a bunch of notes because I know otherwise there's just going to be so many thoughts and so many things about which I'm excited that I'll never be able to keep track of all of them. So if you could see my my notepad app, especially for like when I was working through the book on Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Wittgenstein, it was not just a bunch of notes. It was a bunch of notes from different times on different days with no rhyme or reason to them. And so I had to spend like at least half a week simply organizing all of my thoughts with different like labels and color coding and putting together like these are the thoughts on Wittgenstein and these are the thoughts on parts of the game and here's how to do the 4-dimensional chess of linking them all together before I could even start to think about what I was thinking about. So it's a long way of saying it depends a lot. I still remember back during some of my first video game analysis in high school, that was back when I would have like a physical notebook, and so like a game that I'd played many times before, like Nier, I would sit down and do a playthrough of that for the purposes of wanting to write about it and actively take like physical notes while I was working on it. I don't do that so much anymore just because I rely on more of feeling through the shape of the thoughts in my mind with some external supports as necessary, but it depends on a lot of context. Yeah, the timestamp technique has definitely been helpful for me, especially because I feel like in terms of like the live book club feel, that gives me the permission that I need to just talk through things and work through it on the stream and talk about it with people, which is a lot of fun and a big part of what makes this really rewarding. And then it's also like, it's a lot of the foundation for doing further analytical work later, because as long as I have the timestamp, it's easy to go back and say like, okay, what was I thinking about? What did people say about it? It makes the citation trail all the easier to follow. Absolutely, all the games that feed the imagination are worth writing about. And I think if you go into most games with a charitable attitude, interested in really trying to absorb what it wants to tell you and playing it in the way it's inviting you to, I think more often than not, most games will feed the imagination in one way or another. That's the dirty secret of what makes video games so awesome, right? My notes are not tidy. No, I took some pictures of them with the like post-mortem write-up that I did of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 project, because then I literally had to spend at least a week just like making my notes tidy and organizing everything, because there were just too many different threads and it would have been impossible to figure out otherwise. But yeah, it's nuts. I'll tell you, the thing that has been most useful to me in keeping track of my notes in the digital age has just been the technology that now exists, not only for doing Control F to find words that you've written down in note-taking apps, but also to Control Find for certain words in images and screenshots that you've taken, because that makes it so much easier to sift through a million screenshots of games and a million screenshots of textual sources of like books that I'm reading and say like, okay, I know that, there's some conversation that pertains to like the main antagonist that's interesting to me, so I'll just search by that antagonist's name, and that helps me to wade through the adult chaos of all of my notes. But yeah, I sometimes create more work for myself, so I know that if I were more regimented about it, I would probably save more time in the long run. But also, so much of this like play styles and stuff, right, is figuring out how you naturally work and figuring out how to support that, even if it's sometimes a little bit degenerate, let's say. So it's a chaos with a little bit of rhyme and reason to it. That's the key. Yeah, I mean, that was really my experience with Tales of Eternia too, because I took like so many notes, and even with the screenshots, I almost like, part of me thought maybe I should just run it through a video capture card like I do when I'm streaming, so that then I can have footage of my playthrough. But funny enough, because of what I was saying about like control finding in screenshots for words, it was more useful for me to take a million pictures of it. So it was like, you would laugh if you saw a picture of Aaron working through Tales of Eternia, because like I had my PlayStation controller in one hand, I had my phone up in the other hand, and I was basically like advancing text and taking pictures of my screen like all the time, which I'm sure, doubled my playtime. But you're right, it's the same thing as you. It's like when I know a game is that interesting and I worry about keeping track of it all, like I want to be able to let it wash over me. I want to have the authentic experience, but like it's too much faff to go back to it without any kind of external resources. My favorite thing that has been helpful for note-taking, I don't know if you're like this, but so many thoughts swirl around in my mind about this stuff right before I'm going to bed. So I always have my phone on my nightstand, and like more often than not, right before I'm going to bed at night, like I'll do my, routine, I'll brush my teeth, I'll be in bed, and then like 10 minutes later, when I'm right on the verge of sleep, I'll have some thought and say, oh man, I gotta write that shit down, otherwise I'm never gonna remember, and it's the best thing I've thought all day. One of the things that really has stuck in my mind, speaking of things I do remember, about the famous surrealist painter Salvador Dali, was that in order to like access his surrealist source material, one thing that he would do, allegedly, is he would like sit in a chair and balance like a spoon on his fingers and like let himself slowly drift off and lose consciousness, so that just as he was at that point of being about to go unconscious, he would drop the spoon, and that would either hit him or hit the floor and wake him up, with the thought being then he would be able to kind of vividly access that sort of liminal space between consciousness and subconsciousness and get a lot of the inspiration that he drew from for his paintings and things like that. And I feel like even on the more analytical side of it, that's oftentimes that special liminal moment between day and night when I draw a lot of those connections too. So being able to find a way to reify those and remember them the next day is important for all of it, I think. I'm glad you can relate to the image. That makes me feel seen and a little bit less crazy, which is all I strive for. Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, it's 3 a.m. and I'm like, oh, I thought I went to bed at a reasonable time. But it's like you were saying before, sometimes an hour spent in an unexpected moment saves you 5 hours later if you're trying to put all those thoughts together in a less natural situation. Yeah, I've got a million anecdotes when it comes to crazy research experience. It's video games, right? So you have to have a crazy method to your crazy madness. Hello, everyone. What brings you here today? We're stopping by for something personal this time. Kisara, you could build it quickly here, and you could even stop by when you have free time. Yes, I could even offer some simple guidance, perhaps. Seems like a great place to socialize, too. With you giving lessons, the citizens will be skilled fishermen in no time. Are you considering constructing a new building by any chance? A new building? Something with cutting-edge equipment that looks all cool and fancy? No, I'm planning on building a fishing pond. Huh? A fishing pond? Novelty-loving child. How about that descriptor? A fishing pond? Like a place to catch fish? There's no way I could do that, and it's boring anyway. Calm down. I'm sure there's a deeper reason why these two would build a fishing pond. This city doesn't need a fishing pond. Fishing isn't cool or trendy, not in the slightest. Putting its trendiness aside, Kisara is more than willing to teach you how to fish. Oh, well, Pizzicato, I hope this goes without saying, but always feel free to, DM me on Twitter, shoot a message to the With a Terrible Fate Gmail, whatever you want. I am always more than happy to be an open book on any of this stuff. And, as much as you want any guidance and feedback on whatever form your own analysis ultimately takes, it gives me joy in a way that few things in the world do, to be able to offer that kind of support and just be a sounding board, and honestly just hear what other cool and thoughtful people who think about video games are up to. So please, 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 I hope you know I say this sincerely, do not be a stranger about that stuff. And if there's anything I can do between encouragement and bullying you into pursuing that aspiration, consider me in your corner, whether you want it or not.
Sorry,
Sorry, it's still just an idea at this stage. We want to hear what people think before actually deciding to build it or not. I apologize for interrupting you on the job. We'll leave you be now. Very well. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to let me know. Doesn't seem like it would be the perfect fit for research.
Judging from their reaction, I doubt anyone here would be happy to have a fishing pond.
Don't worry. We've got lots of other possible locations.
Alphen. Yeah, you're right. Plus, I think a fishing pond will be great for teaching children.
It is my
fishing.
pleasure, Pizzicato.
Let's head on to the next spot.
And I sincerely mean it. Oh, well, I sincerely mean the bullying thing too, because that is another thing that you learn doing this kind of work for long enough, especially when it's work that is on a volunteer basis and something that you're passionate about and you think is really important, but it's just easy to let it go by the wayside unless you put the effort into it. Like, for me at least, the bullying can be a really important aspect of actually getting it done at the end of the day. I don't think this is a big secret. It's just not something that I talk about a lot in the context of With a Terrible Fate, because there's no way in which it would usually come up. But I'm a moderate to very large fan of Eminem's work, and one of my favorite lines of his is, "I bully myself because I make me do what I put my mind to."
Finally. If only
I
we
take
could
that to
have
heart a
followed the
lot
wind
with
to
a lot
get
of
here
these
faster.
projects, because I do feel like sometimes just a hearty dose of self-bullying is a good way to give yourself a kick in the pants when you need it. But yes, whatever form support looks like for you, consider it offered and extended. Yeah, whatever form the analysis ends up taking. I mean, With a Terrible Fate really tries to bend over backwards to do what it can to support other analysts, whether that's, their own publication, if it looks like a YouTube channel or something, if it looks like, publishing through With a Terrible Fate and wanting to be more a direct part of the community. Just think through whatever you want it to look like and let me know if I can help. I mean that sincerely. Love to empower other gamers with their own views, and all the more so analytically minded ones. It's a great line, isn't it? He's a poet, Eminem. I find that it can sometimes be helpful, again, at least from my mind, to think about it in stages, because it is like, it's like a game, or it's like any form of storytelling or any form of analysis, right? There are just so many different desiderata that you have to keep in mind as you're trying to create something that's worthwhile, and so many different perspectives and kinds of readers you may want to satisfy. And so for me, like, it's really helpful to kind of work inside out in terms of first thinking, okay, games are so deeply personal and experiential. Like, what is it that I, the player, me, Aaron, personally, am trying to figure out? Why am I curious about this? What puzzle do I want to solve? And then I almost treat it like, you may or may not know, I'm also a huge fan of Legos. So I kind of treat it like the building blocks of Legos and say, like, okay, what are the different logical pieces of just my argument and the analysis? Like, what can I marshal and put together to try to solve this problem for myself? And then once I kind of have the shape of an argument and a solution, and more than anything, just a perspective that helps me to like resolve the puzzle or see what I was interested in a new and rewarding way to me, then comes the question of saying, okay, how can I extend that to something that's accessible to other gamers, other people who are interested in this? Who is the particular kind of gamer or thinker who's going to resonate with this, who sees a similar puzzle or call to value that I see in this game or this particular aspect of video game storytelling? And then how can I present it, speaking to what you said about style, in a way that draws them in and makes them feel like they really do want to take the time to go through this, because at the end of the day, it's going to give them a meaningful, different perspective on application through which to see the game. And the really fun part about this, I mean, there are so many fun things, and I know I don't have to pitch you on it since it's something that you see the value in. But one thing that I really love is that if you succeed in all those steps, not only will people read it and find a lot of value in it in their own playthroughs, but you'll actually see them like taking your perspective and putting it in their pocket and making it portable and applying it to other things and saying, hey, I thought the way you thought about, this part of the game was really interesting. I extended it to this other part of the game that you didn't talk about. And I don't know if you thought about it, but it shed some interesting light on that too. Or maybe even like I picked it up and I used it to read a different game and I thought that was really interesting. And that's how you've kind of done something that started from your own experience and was intrinsically useful to you. So it's going to be valuable no matter what other people think of it, but also that has, been packaged and shared with them in a sufficiently useful way that they're taking it out and using it as a tool in situations that you couldn't even have imagined, in a similar way that we take out and use these video games in ways and interpretive exercises that their creators maybe didn't even imagine. So it's a wonderful virtuous circle, but yes, I think for me, at least, when I get overwhelmed in situations like that, the more I can break it down step by step, not even in terms of steps in like the writing process, like writing versus drafting, versus outlining, brainstorming, stuff like that, but breaking it down in terms of different goals that I'm aiming at with different steps in the development process. That's like having a functional clarity to each thing that I'm doing and each stage that I'm focusing on really helps me to keep my mind sufficiently clear to actually bully myself through to the end of it, if that makes sense. 100%. The thing that I've grown fond of saying in terms of explanations of the value of the sort of analysis that With a Terrible Fate publishes in recent years, and feel free to steal this because I think it's a way that more and more interpreters and analysts should think about their work when it comes to video game stories, is I really think when we succeed, it offers gamers a way to New Game Plus their favorite games. What I mean by that is it's not as if we're trying to give you the end-all be-all perspective on the right way to read a game or what the single one true meaning is in it. I think in 99 out of 100 cases, pursuit of that kind of explanation is just a fallacy and an exercise in futility and going after a fiction in the sense of something that isn't there, as opposed to fiction in the sense of fictional storytelling. Rather, what we want to do is present someone with a compelling, illuminating perspective that is drawn from our own experience with the game that's led us to see it in a different way. And it's not something that trumps or negates another player's experience with the game. Rather, it's something that they can take out and try out for themselves with another playthrough of the game and see the various elements of its story and gameplay and the overall experience in a different way that supplements however they read it before and gives them a materially different and therefore overall more substantive appreciation of the game, because that perspective only further supplements and enhances whatever it is that they've been through with the game prior to our intervention. It's pretty peaceful around here. We could get a nice fishing session in. But let's see what people say. Excuse me, could we talk for a moment? Admit it, you're the one who informed on me back then.
Say?
How many times do I have to tell you I didn't inform on anyone? Hey, what in the world are you arguing about? Who the hell are you? This is between the two of us, okay? Mind your own business. I don't think they want to talk to us right now. Danons are still fighting among themselves here. This is exactly the type of place where a fishing pond might help them. If people focus on fishing, they might calm down and see themselves more clearly. When you're catching fish, your mind is clear and focused. When you're not, you're pondering ways to catch fish. So it leads to introspection on everyday life, almost like a kind of meditation.
Wow.
It sounds amazing. I had no idea fishing was so deep. Even if you don't catch anything, there's still so much you can learn. Isn't that fantastic? Well, and like I said, I mean it sincerely. I think just writing more is the best way to kind of refine your own views and the goal that you're after in the first place, and support and readers and people who can help you work through it. For me, at least, is really helpful. So if I can offer that to you and be useful, definitely more than happy to do so. But yeah, it's like one of the things that I always tell people when I'm mentoring them or helping them with their writing or introducing them to philosophy is it's hard for people to wrap their head around what it is to work in something like philosophy in the first place, because you think a lot of it is kind of staring up into space and coming with an idea and then just writing that idea down in a paper. That's not at all what this kind of work is. Like, part of what makes working with ideas and arguments so laborious and complex, and why philosophy is referred to as thinking in slow motion, is that it's really impossible to work out all of the connections and implications and correspondingly the right shape of these ideas until you actually do put pen to paper and start writing and working through everything. So people always say that writing is rewriting when it comes to any sort of revisionary process, even, drafting fiction or things that aren't analytical. When it comes to philosophy, I think it's even more so that writing is rewriting, but like doing philosophy and arriving at the thesis that you want to defend is done through the writing. It's like working through things 5 times in order to figure out what it was that you were trying to say in the first place, which initially can feel very discouraging, but is actually ultimately, I think, a kind of empowering and special sort of thing, because by doing that work, like, you can have an inkling of what's interesting to you about a particular game or story or concept in the first place, but really you'll find through the act of exploring and analyzing it, your own view transformed, where what it is that you're saying and how you feel about the game or object of inquiry by the time you're ultimately on, draft 5 or whatever it is that you're ultimately trying to say, is pretty radically different from where you started out. Even if it's something that you only would have arrived at by asking the first question that prompted you to think about it in that way. Like, for instance, since we're talking about this, the last big study that I published, putting Tales of Destiny in conversation with Tales of Vesperia, I think when I started that, what I said to the stream was that I basically just had this inkling that the two games were concerned with deflationary concepts of destiny, where the characters weren't really guided by fate, but were more left to their own devices to decide what it is to do. And where I ended up was someplace that, was catalyzed by that initial inkling. It was pretty radically different at the end of the day. I ended up being much more interested in the idea of what it takes to define and act on an individual principle of will and how that relates to the communities of individuals with whom one surrounds oneself, which again was like related in shades, but radically different and more regimented than what inspired me to go through that investigation in the first place, So I think it's one of those things, just like so many of these JRPGs we love, dude, where the JRPGs constantly reinforce that the destination is the journey. And I think so much of the analytical work that can be hard to show your end reader, but is a big part of how you get there, is the journey of working through these ideas in the kind of analytical writer's room, so to speak. That's part of what makes it so fun too, And there's always so many more depths to plumb. Even with really old games, like working through Final Fantasy II, that's awesome. Like, I'm already excited and gearing up for what I'm going to write about Tales of Eternia, which was a 2000 game, right? It's just like great works of literature, but all the more exciting because they're more recent, relatively speaking, and also so much less explored. Like, there's so much room to dig into any of these games and say truly, like, illuminating, interesting things that will materially inform the experiences of people who play the game after you, that people haven't really said or thought about before. So if you need to be called upon to do that any more than you feel intrinsically called, consider yourself so called by me. No, but saying difficult German names certainly helps. And if you need help with that, I can, I'm no longer as fluent in German as I used to be, but I can at least help you with some pronunciation. Yeah, that definitely helps. I think the fun thing about games too, though, is like, you're right. All of the background skills and bringing in other literature and stuff, that always helps. But I think so much of it is just, it's figuring out how to extend the intellectual enterprise that games are already really good at, like, tricking us into doing in games. Like, look at what we do in JRPGs like Tales of Arise, right? So much of it is puzzle solving, negotiating different systems of meaning, trying to understand what the narrative is trying to say and how these characters are in conversation with each other on multiple levels across many different quests, right? And so I think a lot of it isn't feeling as if, oh, I have to learn this fundamentally different skill that I don't have. A lot of it, for me at least, is saying like, okay, what is the intellectual and practical continuity between what I do in games every day and what I do in philosophy every day, and how can I use them to inform each other? And when you think about it in that way, like arriving at theoretical insight in something like philosophy is pretty akin to solving a lot of puzzles or figuring out a lot of the end game narrative value in these stories, and a lot of the outside sources and, you know, background that you can leverage. Like, yeah, you see something like Tales of the Abyss, self-consciously concerned with Jewish mysticism. It can be helpful to crack a book on Jewish mysticism or talk, you know, with a friend who's an expert in it. Both of which I did when I was writing that particular article. But also, so much of it is just like being willing to trust your own intuitions about how to connect and leverage the sources that you're already familiar with, right? So, no, don't feel like you have to hit a library or come up with something that you don't already know. It can be just as valuable, if not more so, to ask yourself like, oh, okay, I'm working on Final Fantasy II. Like, how does my experience with like this other game or this other thing I read or just this other idea I'm thinking about bring to bear on and inform my experience with this game? And that, as much as anything, can be a useful way in. And the fun thing is, as you start to pull on those threads, you'll naturally uncover, I would say, the sources you need to look up or the further questions you need to ask. It's something where the more you can embed yourself in just like following your natural curiosity, you'll find the answers that are interesting to you and which will therefore ground in a compelling way the analysis that you want to share with everyone else. It's one of those things where like the more organic you can be about it and the less artificial, the more you'll actually get people to resonate with the enterprise of what you were doing in the first place. And I think a lot of philosophers and a lot of analysts of video games and critics and everyone in between could learn that lesson, because it is a rare thing, as I'm sure I don't have to tell you. Oh, of course, Pizzicato. Come on, you don't have to thank me. You should know at this point, but let it be said explicitly if it needs to. You can always drop in on any of these streams, and I will always chat with you, which goes for anyone in the real life JRPG party. But yes, I am always delighted to see you, especially for all the time that you take in these streams without having any background in the Tales games. I mean, that's just so cool and reaffirming in terms of just your interest and resonance with the more foundational concerns of why it is that we do what we do. And that means a lot. So sincerely, thank you, my friend. And I hope you take yourself up on the writing and the analytical work. And I hope you take me up if there's any way that I can help and support you with it, because we're nothing if we can't lift up the other people who share the same interests and concerns and projects as ourselves. And so that's something I try to live by and try to encourage other people to live by too. Applause. You know the same goes for you, Doug. I think I've said that to you more than once over the last few days, so I assume you know, but let it be extended to you as well as to anyone else who might be lurking and hanging out. Even in the VOD. I haven't shouted out the VOD in a while, so if this applies to you watching on YouTube after the fact and you feel timid about joining the conversation, do not be intimidated. I bend over backwards to try to make this the most fun and engaging live book club about the kind of literature we actually love to invest in that you've ever experienced. So come to Twitch, come chat, come think about this stuff with us. It's a lot of fun, I promise. Well, the pleasure is totally mutual, Pizzicato. Even when you don't speak up, it's nice having your warm presence hanging out and just sending good video game analytic vibes out into the ether with us. Sometimes vibes is what it's all about at the end of the day, you know? We'll have some good vibes here this coming month. I don't think I've announced this on the stream yet, but since we're having a moment of hanging out during Kisara's quest here, I'll also add that my buddy and colleague Dan Hughes and also my buddy and colleague Matt McGill are both going to be visiting for portions of the holidays this coming month. So I've already warned them. They've both guest starred on the stream in the past if you've been paying attention. And I'm going to see if I can wrangle them into guest starring at the same time, because games such as Tales of Graces, which we're working through, can be up to 4-player. So hopefully there'll be some truly good and diverse video game analytical vibes in the air over the next month or so on the stream. So look forward to that. I know I am. Yeah, but if no one catches any fish after we build the pond, it might not be very popular. I'm sorry. I got a little carried away there. Just pretend I never said that. She was extolling the meditative and spiritual virtues of fishing, if you lost track of it.
Boxes.
But through all of this, I've realized something. A fishing pond isn't just a safe spot to fish. It's also a place to relax and reflect. A pond may play an even greater role than I originally thought.
I know he's not watching the stream live, I think because he has stuff going on in his own life, and he's also working through this on his own playthrough on his own time. But since I also know that he is fond of watching the VODs more regularly than perhaps anyone else, pottery breaking, if you are watching this after the fact, shouting you out, my friend, because I know you have a lot of positive views on the value of fishing in video games, where I have been, I don't even want to say I've been hesitant to accept their value. I've just had difficulty working my way into the experience of fishing mini games in games. And so as a result, I always shake my fist at a cloud when a JRPG feels compelled to integrate fishing into its overall playstyle. So I will say I'm not ready to give in and accept that I enjoy fishing in Tales of Arise per se, but I do appreciate what this quest is doing in terms of extolling and commenting on the broader virtues of fishing, and certainly in the context of Kisara's character and also the broader praxis of these games. I can appreciate that in the abstract, even if it's not my favorite form of gaming. And that's about the closest thing to a concession that you'll get from me on that front. I want to enjoy mini games more than I do. I think that's the thing. That's why I gripe about it, because I want to find my way
Always
into
good to be
it.
back in familiar territory.
But I do think part of it might just be a broader aversion or difficulty of accessibility when it comes to my mode of experiencing games and mini games. Because, I mean, if you've been watching the Tales of Praxis streams, you've noticed this. If you know these games at least, because they oftentimes feature a bunch of mini games, especially something like Tales of Berseria, most of which,
feel like somebody's
if I
watching
could
us.
avoid them, I
Maybe
did
there's someone
avoid,
around here who
just
needs our
because, like, I don't know if they feel just like pocket games that I have a hard time ordinarily squaring with the broader experience of the narrative and the gameplay and what it is that the game is trying to say, or if I find them just distracting relative to my main mode of engagement with the game. But it's rare for me to find a mini game that I will really buy into and elect to spend any amount of time with. I think maybe part of it is also just maybe a bad prejudice I have in terms of relative value, with the assumption being that no mini game is going to contribute as much value or insight to my experience of a video game story versus spending that time in, the main non-mini game content of a game. And so when it comes down to it, and I've done something like play through all of the main content and side quests of something like Tales of Arise, for instance, not a good example because I don't think it really has mini games, but something like Tales of Berseria, I would rather than spend subsequent time diving into the next, video game story proper, like picking up another Tales game like Tales of Eternia, versus spending further hours just to work through the mini games in Tales of Berseria. But again, I fully recognize that is something that I don't think is grounded in good principle on my part, at least not principle that I've thought through. It feels to me more like a prejudice because I don't think there's any a priori reason on account of which minigames couldn't contribute in really touching and thoughtful ways to the other content in the game. It's like what I was saying last stream in terms of the way in which this game is offering really trenchant commentary on its story by virtue of side quests and the role in which they are standing relative to the main content of the game. So I have to imagine in principle minigames could achieve the same thing. Yeah, I completely resonate with that, Pizzicato. And I think I've been through a similar kind of arc. I think, and that's part of why I'm calling myself out for this prejudice, right? Because I think the more open-minded you can be with just being willing to experience the game on its own terms, and at least giving a fair shot to everything it presents to you, treating the game as a cohesive work of art, I think demands at least a charitable good faith attempt to engage with everything if you can. And so it can be hard to get over ourselves and the idiosyncrasies of our own play styles and actually do that. But I think the more we can open ourselves up to it and just get more flexible with it. And I think, getting a little older and getting more experience, if we can let that bend towards flexibility rather than being more set in our ways with time, as I think, I hope at least has been the case for me. I feel like I've mellowed out with some of those things over age. The more we can just naturally become more open-minded and willing to engage with that stuff over time. Ugh, I'm exhausted from repairing buildings all day. Today's not that bad, but it's been so hot lately. Yeah, Ulzebek is still short on supplies. There's not much fun stuff to do, so I can see it being pretty tough.
Right.
Well, in that case, this may be the perfect city for my fishing pond. Simple, easily accessible entertainment. Plus, you can eat the fish you catch. And seeing a big body of water can be healing. The workers in this town will be so happy. Did you say water? Does that mean you're building a big pond here? Yes, although it's still just an idea at this point. If it sounds good to you, we'd be happy to build it here.
You did it!
Oh yeah, then I'm begging you. So many people would love that here. Really? That would make me very happy too. Yeah, it's just so hot every day. There'd be tons of people who want to go for a swim. No, it would be a pond for fishing, so swimming wouldn't be a good... I can hardly wait! Oh boy, it'll be great when it's finished. If we build it here, it's probably not going to be used the way you want.
Really now?
Yeah, let's keep that in mind.
The thought of swimming in a fishing pond had never even occurred to me. But if it'll make the citizens happy...
Kisara, I don't think there's any need to force yourself to accept their input.
This is such a great side quest to subtly comment on and give us an experience of environmentally mindful construction and innovation without beating the player over the head with it. The simple idea that Kisara is really interested in pursuing this particular avenue for one of her dreams, namely this idea of building a fishing pond, but she wants to make sure that it's situated in a place where it can contribute in a meaningful way to the broader community and locale in terms of the ecosystem, the people there, and their wants and needs, right? It's not something that she can just decide and adjudicate in a vacuum, right? I think that's so perfectly in keeping with all the themes that we've been talking about in terms of empowering individuals to pursue dreams on their own terms, while also giving people the language and the schema for adjudicating those dreams relative to the diverse communities with equally diverse value systems in which we're embedded, because we're not just deciding what will make us happy in a vacuum. Yeah, a ranch strikes me as a good place for it.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I see. So you want to build a fishing pond, but you can't find a good location. Then how about here? It's surrounded by animals and nature. The perfect spot, huh?
Whoa, really? Kisara, this would be great.
Indeed. It would be easy for me to stop by, and we could arrange for a patrol to keep away any Zoogles.
Then the ranch will be protected too. That's two birds with one stone.
Then if it's settled, all that's left is preparations to build the pond.
No, wait a moment. As we've traveled around, I've seen other spots where I want to build a pond too.
Huh? But the other ones all had reasons that made them a bad fit for a fishing pond.
That's true. Still, I've realized the benefits of building fishing ponds there. I can't forget about all that at the drop of a hat.
All right, that certainly sounds like your way of thinking. And let's think again about each spot.
No, I plan to build fishing ponds in all of the sites we visited. That will cost more money, of course, but I'll find a way to save it up.
At all of the sites? That's one big job. All right, I'll see this through to the end too, Kisara.
I can help with building the pond here. I'm no stranger to physical labor, after all.
Thanks. I'll ask for your help when I need it. My dream still has a long way to go. Still, I'd love to have a spot where I can fish in the ocean someday too. Or maybe I'm just getting greedy now.
I think it's good to have a lot of dreams.
I love that. So very Kisara. A way of enacting her own dream that also enables and supports the dreams and the flourishing of everyone else, because like we were saying, diverse communities, diverse value sets, but also like the optimistic corollary that you can draw from that is with diverse value sets, also diverse reasons for which they would benefit from a community resource like a fishing pond, right? And for Kisara to say, look, none of those reasons were exactly what I was thinking about, but it would give that value to those people, and it's important for that reason. That is the indomitable essence, right? Makes perfect sense why that would be the realization and distillation of her character as she sees it, extending forward into this new world. A testament proving that Kisara has completely mastered her traits and surpassed her previous limits.
I had no idea you were planning such a thing.
I apologize for not telling you. I didn't want to trouble you. It's merely a small dream of mine.
Oh, it is no small thing. Creating a space for people to connect is truly magnificent. I'll be sure to visit the fishing pond once it has been
I'm glad
completed.
Dohalim said it so I didn't have to.
I'll gladly teach you the joys of fishing.
I guess I did kind of say it, but it's nice to have him say it much more poetically and succinctly than I. It's kind of disappointing, though. I mean, I get that the Alphen-Shion relationship is the centerpiece of the story, and I think the story does right by itself by emphasizing it in that way, but still, to get a big full-color skit at the end of Shion's character subquests, but not get one at the end of Kisara's, it feels like, not doing my girl quite justice there. But that was still a great quest. I love that. It was a great quest. And friends, on that note, we are a little past the halfway point of our wonderful, delectable Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn binge for this evening. We will be going, as is our usual pace, for these marathon streams of Beyond the Dawn until 11 p.m. Eastern. But since we have plenty more subquests to explore, including kicking off Laws, which will be very fun, I think that's probably what I'll take on next. I'm going to give us a little brief intermission of just a couple minutes for me to reset as much as anything. And I will see you back here for the second half of this evening's journey in just a couple minutes. So don't touch that dial, and keep thinking game-related and philosophical thoughts. It will serve you well in this stream, and so too in life. Take my word for it. If you're ever wondering what kind of dog dad I am, as I know so many people are wont to do, I'm the kind who will take a break from his stream to bribe his dog with blueberries in hopes that she will be able to relax and self-soothe for the remaining 2 hours, as opposed to being frustrated at Dad not paying attention to her. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Do you want to say hi to the stream real quick? She just showed up on her little perch. She knows I'm talking about her. I know. You're very good most of the time, except when something gets your goat in the hallway and then you start barking and everyone can hear it. See, you could play through the Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn DLC on your own, but then you would be missing out on our little co-host Rapide shoutout and the intertextuality of shouting out Tales of Vesperia and its inimitable dog character. Now then, we're after Law's subquest next. I'm excited about this. I have to imagine it'll have to do with him coming to terms with the legacy of his dad, Zephyr. They had, in my view,
Finally.
such a
Only we
nice
could've flown
way
with the wind
of
to get here faster.
wrapping that up in a really touching moment without making it overwrought with the end game side quest that you could do, in which the scientist had developed basically a virtual reality simulator that manifested in the VR basically like the desires of like whoever the party members really wanted to fight. So the whole conceit was it was a boss rush with them facing off against all of the lords again, because the party had a deep-seated desire to take on all of those old enemies again and see how far they'd come. But then the great twist at the end of that was the final enemy you have to face was Zephyr, Law's deceased father. So kind of a way of helping Law through this own sort of like psychic working through to come to terms with his relationship with his dad that he was never really able to actualize in life, but to enact, this gesture of battling his dad and sparring with him, such that even if it was in virtual reality, it could help Law to really clarify what it was that he was doing in the real world and how he wanted that to relate to the lessons that he wanted to take from his dad and everything that his dad did for the liberation of the world. So I hope that what we see with Law is a touching extension of that.
We'll make sure to ask what's wrong.
I really think we ought to ask the Crimson Crows to go rescue him. Forget about it. He had it coming anyway.
I guess...
Whoa, I don't like the sound of that. What's going on? Aren't you one of the Crimson Crows? Well, since you're asking. When we were out gathering food in the Igleo Wastes, we came across a Renin boy. He went off towards this area infested with Zoogles.
Hey!
What? You gotta be kidding. Why didn't you stop him? Hey, we tried to say something, but he doesn't talk to Danans. He left before we could stop him, and we were, busy with our work, so...
Hey!
We're still talking about a child here, The least you could have done is warn him of the danger, don't you think? But if he's a Renin, he must be pretty strong, even if he's a child. Probably. Mm-hmm. We think he lives in the Fagan ruins, and if he managed to make it all the way to the vicinity of Ulzebek unharmed, then I'm sure he's fine. Besides, he must have come all this way for a reason, and there's no need for us Danans to get involved in the affairs of a Renin child. Enough. Trying to get further answers here is a waste of time. Damn it all, a child is a child, no matter where they're from.
Sure.
If he were to be attacked, even if he has the skills to fight back, well, any child would be afraid. At this very moment, he may be somewhere crying, surrounded by Zoogles. Shion, we've got to go save him.
Right.
Yep, and now in this first of Law's two-step quest sequence, it's Shion, the supporting character, who decides to support him in undertaking this mission. So that must be the formula. It's a subtle formula, but I think it's one of those subtle moments of game structure that just naturally reinforces everything else that the game is saying about the structured order according to which characters are able to fully actualize themselves through the measured support of their friends. I love that.
Yeah!
You're right, we need to hurry. I forget if I read that line. No time to waste. Let's get to the Igleo Wastes as quickly as we can.
I can't believe they cared so little about that kid. They didn't have to go chasing after him or anything, but at least do something.
I know how you feel, Law, but blaming them won't change the situation.
I know, but damn it, what were they thinking?
All right, and we're off. Yeah, so for reference, just because we were talking about it a little while ago, I just did that thing that we were talking about in terms of making just a little timestamp note, because especially in this DLC,
Finally.
one of the things that's been really fun and interesting for me to keep track of that just keeps me getting perpetually more interested in it is I think
We could have flown
it
with
does
the wind to get here
a
faster.
lot of pretty subtle and understated things in terms of using elements of its game design to reinforce the core meaning of its narrative. So I made a note because I wanted to be able to add, if I end up writing about it or just to think about it more, that commentary about the structure and ordering of who accepts which quests and what that says about the development of relationships. There have been a few other things like that that just have had me riveted in this DLC so far, between like Alphen's just severe struggle with the nature of what it means to basically be a handyman after being the hero who saved the world, and whether he'll ever be free of the obligation of other people's expectations on how he can help them, and little things like the way in which they even use controller vibration and haptic feedback to indicate like internal body states and like somatic feelings of attachment that are being cultivated through Nazamil, like we talked about a couple streams ago. And then just something as simple as situating like a key moment in which the Danans lose their faith in Alphen inside like a ringed, walled plaza in a city, so that all of these people who hear about and judge Alphen on the basis of the rumors of what happened there very directly and demonstrably did not have direct access to see what happened, and so they're only going off of secondhand information. It says a lot through all of those little aspects of just how they situate the story in the world and how they mediate our engagement with the world, all of which are constitutive of story, even though so many people nowadays still just think of story in games as mostly having to do only with the characters and plot and maybe sometimes the music if you're feeling generous. Now forget about it. All these systems are part and parcel of what story means for games.
There you are. Looks like we found you before the Zoogles did. What a relief.
Who are you? I don't speak to Danon.
Oh, I get it. He's a dick.
We came to find you. It's not safe out here, so we'll take you home. You live in the Fagin ruins, don't you?
Yeah, that's where I live, but I have no plans to go back yet.
Whoa, buddy, didn't you hear what we said? There's Zoogles out here. It's dangerous.
Oh, please. I can use astral arts. Why would I be scared of Zoogles? You're dense, aren't you?
I've heard this boy's voice in another Tales game, I think. It's gonna kill me not being able to place it.
Tense? Hey, get your little butt back here! Damn it, he ran off! Man, what a little jerk! We thought he was out here crying and trembling in fear.
It may just be someone in her eyes doing another voice too, I suppose.
We? You're the only one who said that, Law. Still, we can't just leave him.
Yeah, might as well go after him.
That is the other side of it, Law. If you believe that a child is a child and should be helped regardless, that's true even if the child is a dick, isn't it? I would say so, but it can definitely be a tough pill to swallow. Where'd he go? That way. feel like 80% of what we collect on the map is potatoes.
You don't give up, do you? I thought I told you I'm not going back.
Then will you at least tell us what you're doing out here in a place like this?
Sounds a little like Genus's voice actor from Tales of Symphonia.
Fine, I'll tell you. I get the feeling you'll follow me all the way to Mosgul if I don't.
You're going to Mosgul? Why not go with some adults to protect you?
Maybe I also thought of Carol from Tales of Vesperia. Maybe it's just generic boy voice and they all sound more similar than I would like them to.
Because that would defeat the purpose. I must prove to my henchmen that I'm a reliable kingpin.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
A kingpin? What the hell are you talking about?
I think he means the boss of some sort of gang.
Thank you for the definition of kingpin, Shield.
Yeah, I got that, but who's the boss of what?
It's a very Estelle moment, speaking of Tales of Vesperia.
Listen up. I'm the kingpin of a certain organization in Mosgul with tons of henchmen at my disposal. But apparently I can't enter Mosgul now, so I can't see any of my henchmen.
If you know you can't enter it, then why are you heading there? There are powerful Zeugles around here. This is no place for children to play make-believe about henchmen and kingpins.
It's not make-believe! I must do this to show my henchmen in Mosgul that their boss is alive and well, and to maintain order within our organization. So I thought defeating some strong Zeugles near Mosgul would help.
You mean so your henchmen would hear about your exploits? And what exactly does your organization do, anyway?
You're too dense to understand, loser. And this discussion is over. See ya!
That son of a... I'm trying to play along, and he calls me dense? What a little... jerk!
Please don't pick fights with children, Law. Now that boy has run off alone again.
If you say so. Next time, he's not getting away.
Law himself is only 17, we have to remember, so... to give him some grace in how shockingly easy it is for him to be drawn in and ensorcelled by the ravings of a little kid. I see where we're going. I smell a boss. Ah, someone help!
Crap!
He must be getting attacked by Zeugles. We've got to hurry. It's on.
I won't forgive you!
Here I come!
You're gone for the weak point!
You're mine! Blazing flame! I'll finish you!
I can carve through water! This one's on you, Kisara! But of course!
I always feel safe when you've got you in front of us.
You're mine!
Where are you going?
Tremor form! Here I come! Turbo demon fang! Dragon form!
Deny!
Get wrecked.
You picked the wrong fight!
Now I'm in the groove! You see, what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
It's one of my favorite lawisms.
An opening!
Start with a
And
punch.
just introductions of overlimit in battle. The line, see what happened there as you crossed me. You shouldn't have done that. That's just so cool.
Watch me soar! Heavenly Crimson Blossom!
Oh, that was awesome. I think that might be the first time I ever saw his upper tier mystic art. I don't know if I ever bothered triggering it in the main game because I never really play as Law, and I don't think that second tier ones trigger very often at all when the AI is in charge. That was very cool though. This makes me want to see the rest of them.
Take this!
I'm all stuffed up!
You're mine! Super Solo Game!
All good
Did not come to an end! Talon Form! Dragon Form!
I'm going to need to use all the Here, let me help.
Mirage! I'm getting
You picked the wrong fight!
Talon Hurricane! Here I come!
By the power of flame! Winds of heaven! Finish with our
Double Demon Fang! Here I come! Strike!
What's this?
Shattering to pieces! Take this! Horse Flick! You'll pay for that! Dragon Form!
Oh, this is level 85. This guy's actually levels ahead of where we are. That's alright. We got him.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
We are very good at video games. With this Maxidillo neglects to realize.
The enemy is going all out!
My finest.
Still got some fight left in me.
That's much better. You're mine!
There we go, finally.
This ends now! Explosive Ray! Super Swallow Dance!
Hold on to your arms.
Damn. Missed the timing on healing Alphen.
They're not playing around.
Eat this! Super Strike! Here I come! Raising Flame! Super Swallow Dance!
I owe you, Dion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
I guess maybe we just can't interrupt him when he's in over limit, which is frustrating.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Burn in hell! Okay, here I go. Take
Is
this!
it kindness?
Swallow Dance! I'm not done! Strike!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint on you.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Take this!
I'll bring you back from death to
Take this!
Fuck.
Lightning condemned!
Raising Flame!
Illuminate the door!
Swallow Dance!
Came between heaven and earth. A wailing thunder of lightning!
Eternal
bring you down.
Here's a healing arc!
Now you see what I can do.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Here's a healing arc!
Swallow Dance! Here I come! I'm not here now!
Eagle assault!
In a bind?
This one's all mine!
Inferno punch! The enemy is going all out! Annihilation! Radiant repair! Here's a hammer! Continued power! Resuscitation!
You're mine! Not today! Here I come!
Light astral
You're mine!
Laser shine!
Try this!
Illuminate the blah 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 magic!
Explosive Ring! No! Can't end here!
Glacial spear! Teardroplet! Born up! Freeze laser! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself. Yeah, you too.
I'll bring you back from death to bits.
Take this! Blue escape!
I can't heal you forever by your darkness.
This should do it!
Sleep now. You all tucked away.
Nice. Now I can keep at it.
I didn't heal you just so you could
I know.
Shattering the dragon form! Attack time! Can't get out of this! I'm just getting started! Such a failure.
There we go. Ah, that's what I was looking for.
Dragon form!
The enemy is going all out astral energy.
Say no more.
That will get your heart rate up. Huh.
You're pretty strong for a Danon. Alright, fine. I guess I could let you join us. At the lowest possible rank, of course.
Oh, it was all a
You
test?
still haven't even told me what your organization is. Ugh, whatever. Do you see how dangerous it is now, though?
Yeah. I'm not obtuse. I knew I wasn't safe on my own. But my friends are all stuck in Mosgul. That's what I heard, at least. Every day was so fun back on Lenegus. We formed our organization. I became the kingpin.
So, you really just want to go see your friends? You could have just said so from the get-go, you know?
I understand how you feel. But what if your friends heard that you got hurt out here? They'd be worried. They'd try to come see you, and then they'd be in danger too.
Oh, that would be bad. I'm sorry.
But it takes courage to make it this far on your own. You may be a little big for your britches, but you are brave. I'll give you that much. With nerves like yours, I'm sure you'll see your henchmen soon enough.
You really think so?
Sure. But, you know, if you want to keep your spot as boss, you'll need more than just strength. You gotta be smart, though. If Mosgul's closed off, maybe you can find another way in. Think about it. And another thing. Treating Danons and Renans differently is a thing of the past. That's not gonna cut it anymore.
But all the adults I know are like that.
So adults are always right? Then why'd you leave the Fagin ruins? I'd say thinking independently is what got you this far.
I guess.
Listen, if you act like a bonehead leader, you'll end up hurting your henchmen. You've got a lot to work on if you want to avoid that.
I didn't know there were Danons like you out there. I guess there are a few things I could work on. I'm gonna work on myself and become the greatest leader. And then you can become one of my official henchmen. Did I say leader? I mean kingpin of my real official organization. But first things first, I gotta get back to the Fagin ruins.
There he goes, running off alone again.
If he runs into more trouble, I'll just save his skin again.
Talking to you really put a gleam in that boy's eye, Law. You know, you're actually pretty good at offering encouraging advice.
Got it from his dad.
Hey, why do you sound so surprised? I do hope it helps him grow as a leader, though.
I think that's the most I can see, the most I can remember seeing of Zephyr in him so explicitly in terms of the role of leader and mentor ever since the game kicked off.
It looks like the boy's problems are solved, Law. Well done.
Has me excited for his next quest.
You've got a problem. Law's got you covered.
In that case, mind giving me a hand calculating our travel costs? I have records for everything, but it takes a while to add it all up.
Oh, math? That's different. No thanks.
Some help you are.
Everyone has their strengths. Alright, those are all the character-specific ones we have for now. Let's go around and clean out the others. To Sisluden.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Interesting, we still haven't seen either of Dohalim's rise. Let's see. Maybe if I...
All right.
Hey, something the matter? Whatever it is, we can take care of it. Here we go again. Law, it's irresponsible to offer help when you don't even know what's going on. Oh, sorry to bother you. It's nothing major. I'm just a little short on thread. Thread? For what exactly? I was thinking of picking back up my embroidery hobby. I'd like to make some beautiful patterns with different colors of thread.
Oh, wow!
Oh, that sounds awesome. Gotta have a lot of dexterity to do that kind of detail work, huh? You sure do. Although in the old days, I only ever used my needlework to convey secret messages as a spy. Really? Wow. It's great to put that to use for fashion instead, though. Sounds right up your alley, Rinwell. I bet you might even be surprisingly good at it.
Hey!
Surprisingly, I'm confident that I'm at least better at it than you, Law.
Hey!
Don't just make assumptions. I might have a hidden talent too, you know? Yes, with a little practice, you might become as skilled as people living in Cislodia.
Huh?
Huh? What does living in Cislodia have to do with being skilled at embroidery? Cislodia gets a lot of snow, so people spend a lot of time indoors, and many end up getting really good at home crafts. So, people have been talking about how it'd be great if we could sell arts and crafts as a kind of specialty product.
Yeah!
That's a great idea. I'm sure it could end up being one of Cislodia's strengths. Why don't we all try it out?
Yeah.
For sure. It'd probably help out with exchanges with other countries, too. Sounds good to me. Though I'm not sure you should listen to my opinion, considering I'm partly responsible for the way things turned out this way. For things having turned out this way. Yeah, he was a member of the Snake Eyes, the secret police. Don't say that. You're also responsible for Cislodia becoming a country that can think about its future, right? Exactly. But if we're going to make arts and crafts, the lack of thread is going to be a problem. Then maybe we could gather the materials to make thread.
Law?
What do you think, Law?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be a piece of cake. That would help. I'll write down all the materials on paper and give it to you. Ah, don't we already have these materials? Yes, my favorite. The quests that take 0 time. Saves us the trouble of having to go get them. Will this be enough? Thanks, that should be enough. Maybe I should take this opportunity to invite Bregan and the others for another embroidery class.
Huh?
Wait, Bregan does embroidery too? I taught him a bit the other day. He was surprisingly good and looked like he was having fun too. I see. I hope this helps it to spread throughout Cislodia. Then maybe people from all over Cislodia can interact with each other and get along better. In that case, I'll get some people in the city together and hold a class. That should get us one step closer to a time of arts and crafts. Maybe I'll give it a shot myself sometime.
Law?
Law? You mean you were being serious when you said you have a hidden talent? Not exactly. It's just that if there's something I can do for this country, I want to do it.
Hey!
Got it. I'll help out too when the time comes. I wanted to try it myself, and I don't want Law getting better than me.
Whoa!
What are you even talking about? I mean, you're free to do whatever you want. You two really are close, aren't you? Now then, I've got even more precious students, so I might as well get straight to preparations myself.
An embroidery class sounds like so much fun. What do you two want to make?
I want to embroider an image of Hootle. It'll be the cutest thing ever.
I want to make something cool.
Maybe start by deciding what exactly that is. But I look forward to the finished products. Both of them.
Subtle and rewarding, this image of world rehabilitation that they're illustrating through all these side quests. The idea that in the wake of subjugation, in order for people to really determine their future in a productive and progressive way, it needs to start from individual interests and talents in the way that now certain people have an aptitude for embroidery, but also in order for the countries to develop their own sense of identity independent of Renan rule and be sufficiently well-defined and articulated that they can have specialties and trade with one another and develop, create more avenues for progress on a global scale. They need to kind of extend beyond the individual interest and hobby and ability to those aptitudes which are common to people by virtue of the area in which they live and the skills that they kind of needed to cultivate just out of the circumstances in which they found themselves, like embroidery in the case of Cislodia. Shows a nice, gradually increasing scale in terms of what it takes to get from single individuals acting to entire nations that are coordinated with one another, making a different kind of world.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
So, Law, what have you been up to with the Crimson Crows lately?
Well, all sorts of things. Keeping Zoogles in check, hauling supplies, whatever people need me for. Most of it's manual labor, but one time they sent me to find some kid who'd run away from town.
Sounds like they really rely on you.
I don't know about that. The kids like me, at least. I've also escorted some traveling merchants from time to time.
More and more merchants are traveling between the realms these days, after all.
Yeah, that's right. The other day, I was even hired to escort this lady who works as a traveling peddler.
Knowing you, you were probably fawning over her the whole way there.
I'd never do that. This was a job, you know. Took it seriously and got her from point A to point B. Or, well, I guess maybe I put in a bit more effort than usual. 'Cause guess what? She had a special token of her gratitude for me.
A special what? And you accepted it?
Oh yeah, that sweet, sweet gratitude.
Excuse me? Oh my gosh, Law! How is that taking it seriously? Oh, you're the worst!
Huh? What are you getting mad at me for? Aren't I allowed to enjoy a few apples?
How do you like them apples, Rinwell?
Yeah,
got
I
her.
couldn't eat them all myself, so I shared some with the kids in town. They loved them.
Ugh, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Don't even talk to me anymore.
Huh? Hey, what'd I do? I'm totally lost, man.
You might want to, think about how things are gonna sound before you say them.
If only there was something in your head that could control the things you say. Oh, rest in peace, Matthew Perry. That was a Chandler line. I still haven't processed the fact that he's gone. Ugh, so heartbreaking. All right, now what should I do? Huh? Hey, Alphen.
Hey,
You look like something's on your mind. What's up? It's just that Tilsa doesn't come back much.
What was that?
She hasn't come back? Is she okay? Well, it's not like she went anywhere dangerous or anything. As you know, she's been focused on supporting Pelagian for some time now. Still, she used to return here from time to time for supplies and information. So you just meant that she hasn't been back in a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't screw up and get attacked by Zoogles on her way back, but maybe something happened where she is. Oh, right. Do you think you could go check in on her for me? I don't want to force you to do anything, but with your skills, Zoogles are of little concern, so...
got it.
Got it. We're on it. Thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, that reminds me. Grenar also said he had something important that needed doing. Grenar did. Got it. We'll stop by later. Sorry to ask so much of you. And thank you. Yeah, so here in the disposition and just attitude of Nath, I feel a little bit more of the shift that I was anticipating and wondering about last stream in terms of how people might approach Alphen and the party a little differently after he took that stand saying, you know, I don't want to help you out of an obligation. I want to help you because that's genuinely part of who I am and I want to do it rather than being some hero or instrument of the people, which makes sense that Nath of anyone would be the one who's most receptive to that and encouraging of it, since it was he who kind of helped Alphen find the words with which to share that intention and desire with the people. Grenar's important letter.
I hope Tilsa's okay.
No need to worry about her. Like Nath said, she's probably just busy with work.
For now, let's see what Grenar wanted to talk to us about.
Grenar. Not Grennar.
Hey,
Grenar, Nate said you have an important task you need help with. Ah, yes, it's rather serious, so I can only ask someone I truly trust. And you think you can trust me? Well, I suppose you'd be fine. All right, I'm entrusting this to you.
What?
A letter. Yeah, give it to Tilsa, and make absolutely sure you give it to her yourself. No matter what, don't lose it or give it to anyone else. It's an incredibly important letter that I've poured my soul into. It is it? So in other words, it's a love letter.
What?
What? No, I mean, sounds a little excessive to respond like that. It looks like I can't hide it from you. Yeah, that's what it is, a love letter. That's why I need your help. Could you give it to Tilsa and let me know what she says? Got it. We were already planning to check in on Tilsa anyway. Thanks. If she ends up turning me down, cry with me, Alphen. No, you can do that on your own. Would that we could all be so blessed in love as Alphen, but alas.
Yeah.
Well, did you give her the letter? What did Tilsa say? Calm down. We haven't given it to her yet. We'll let you know as soon as we have a response. I'm counting on you. To Pelagian. Is that the... No, we're on level 1. That's where we want to go. Oh, I hope she hasn't been spending time here because she met someone. That would be a sad end to this unrequited love story. Oh. Oh, maybe not. Seems like she's just helping people with some issues.
Hey.
Tilsa, so this is where you are. Oh, if it isn't Alphen. Were you looking for me? I haven't been back to Ulzebek lately, so Nath asked us to check in on you. Oh, so that's what this is about. Come to think of it, I haven't been able to contact them recently. Did you run into some kind of trouble here? Not exactly, I've just been busy. There's a lot of anxious people in this city, that's all. After all. Things do still seem tense in Pelagian between the Danans and Renans. Even with the reduction in conflicts by separating where they live, people's hearts and minds aren't so easy to deal with. Speaking of which, you know a lot about mental health too, right? Yes, that's why there are so many things for me to do here. It's also why I've neglected keeping in touch with Ulzebek.
By the way...
Oh, that reminds me, there was a request we got in Ulzebek. Oh, what is it? We received an important letter from Gunnar. He'd like you to read it. He's asked us to get your response, so please come to a decision after you've given it a thorough read. I don't need to think about this. Yes, I'll gladly accept. What? Seriously? Of course, I'd welcome a supply of goods anytime. Tell him to send whatever he can. Wait a minute, supplies? What did the letter say? It was a list of supplies that can be shipped from Ulzebek. What did you think it said? Gunnar, you gave us the wrong letter. Oh no. Oh, so it was supposed to be a different letter, eh? He's always been bad at following through when it comes to unfortunate things like this. Sorry about all the trouble you've been put through. I'll be going back to Ulzebek in a few days. Understood. We'll let Nathan Gunnar know. Oh, bro, you had one job. Gunnar is really dependable when it comes to work, but sometimes he's so dumb and dim-witted that it's shocking. Future possibilities? I never thought about anything like that before. I guess it depends on Gunnar. Now, I thought it looked as if there was another quest here for us to pick up. Yes, on level 3. Let's go ahead and grab that while we've taken the time to come here. The third level is something of a headquarters for members of our autonomous organization who've gathered in Pelagian. Why can't we go look at Lord Volron's castle? Because grown-up Danans and Renans get into fights. Now let's go back down below. Sad but true. It's interesting that they choose to call all of these, I guess you'd say provisional governments, autonomous organizations, as opposed to just governments, which seems to be what they are. But maybe the thought there linguistically is even something as seemingly neutral as government might have a bit of a dirty or unseemly connotation amongst an entire race of people who have just been subjugated and enslaved as the only form of government to which they've ever been exposed. So maybe the more neutral to positive tone of empowerment of autonomous organization would sit better with them. A few days ago, an old Renan man tried to force his way into the castle, and it was a real fiasco. He was like, "This belongs to us Renans, so you need to let us live here." Meanwhile, the Danans were trying to place explosives around the place, and we just narrowly avoided disaster. Oh. It would have been a lot easier if they'd actually blown the castle up, though. Our autonomous organization manages this area, but a lot of city residents end up getting in. We can't do much about it. Lots of people want to get close to the castle, and we can't lay a finger on citizens. What's Calaglia like? What is Calaglia like? Oh, excuse me. Really hot, right? Hot is an understatement. Before the worlds merged, flames used to shoot out of the ground. Flames shooting out of the ground? You gotta be kidding.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to step in and help.
It's dispute after dispute because of this castle. As autonomous organization members, we must make sure to closely guard it.
What's this thing?
That's 10,000 gold, Alphen. It's 10,000 gold. Time to rotate shifts with people guarding the lower levels. So, next I'm in charge of the second level. Ugh, I'm not looking forward to this. That's where the Renans are situated. That's right, I forgot when I was talking about the stratification of the city before. One of the first things we heard when the gang got back together was that stratification was under the guidance of Dohalim in terms of trying to mitigate the potential for conflicts between the groups, which is maybe a prudentially motivated form of segregation. I think we sort of tensely decided. I just find myself wondering if there's anything to do in the temple, since it remained as a place we could explore. There's a chest. Ooh, an elixir. Alright. Worth the trip for that. And a happy bottle. Alright, 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 alright. The door is tightly shut. Right, there you go.
Hello.
Gagne, how are things in Pelagian? Gagne, I don't remember. I've had to rely on you while I've been away for some time. You're back already? Oh, I mean... What is it? You seem worried. There's no use hiding it. Let me explain. I'm in a bit of a difficult situation right now. Does this have something to do with your role in taking care of the Dan inside? Exactly. All I hear every day is complaints about the Renans, especially about how some of the Renans are really frustrated and can't let go of their prejudices. There are even rumors they're up to something. If anything happens, the Danans won't stay quiet. Sounds like there are still lots of problems to deal with. Honestly, I haven't exactly forgiven the Renans myself. But then again, they were suddenly forced out of their home too. I can understand why their nerves are frayed. I only wish everyone thought like you. Unfortunately, they do not. I wonder if there's anything I can do. I'll have a word with Avakir.
How about it?
Then the sooner you talk to him, the better, don't you think? In that case, please tell him everything I just told you now.
Agreed.
Understood. Then once I've conveyed the Danon's concerns, we can try to clear away the frustrations on both sides. That would be great. I'll try to come up with a solution on my end as well.
Let's go see Avakir.
Discussion is fine and all, but I don't think we'll reach a solution anytime soon.
Indeed. But I have no doubt he will jump at the opportunity to help.
You really trust Avakir, don't you?
He and I have a long and storied history. I know him very well.
Joe!
All right?
Varia. So you were with them as well.
Hi.
What is it, Doe? I thought you were going to be away for a while. Avakir, I need to talk to you about something. Go ahead, though I'd rather not listen to anything too unpleasant. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you there. What I need to talk to you about is a problem concerning the citizens of Pelagian. I see. I had a feeling you'd say as much from the moment I saw that look on your face. The conflict between Danons and Renans in Pelagian is pretty grave, huh? The news of disturbing activities among some of the Renans has reached my ears, too. They haven't made any moves publicly, but some Renans are scheming to seize control of Pelagian. That's awful. Do they plan to kick out all the Danons who've long lived here? More than a few people are dissatisfied with my efforts for reconciliation between Renans and Danons. It is quite unfortunate. Yes, it's a worst-case scenario, but there are some who work to restore Renan authority, even if it means insurrection. And after all Dohalim and everyone else has done to make Pelagian a better place, little by little.
Sounds good.
Indeed. Personally, I'd like to deal with this problem as quickly as possible. But their fundamental dissatisfaction is born from their unwillingness to accept their current situation. Eliminating that dissatisfaction may be key to finding a solution. Yes, it may not get at the root of the problem, but if we could at least smooth things over.
Hey.
Then how about music?
Huh?
What? Music? I know it may not be a direct solution, but maybe it could help soothe the minds of people going through a hard time. It's certainly a good idea. Music has the ability to soothe the heart.
Yeah.
Yes, I think experiencing music will calm the disquiet among the Renans a little. Plus, if we hold regular concerts, some Danons may become interested too. And then maybe Renans and Danons will be able to understand each other through music. However, not many Renans are familiar with music, and almost none of them brought instruments here. Can't you just make new instruments? With the right materials, it's possible to make a simple instrument, but that will affect the sound. If possible, I'd like to make them with quality materials.
Well,
So what kind of materials would work best? Well, sturdy instruments are made from animal bones or fangs. Sturdy instruments that are made from animal bones or fangs provide a good quality of sound. Oh, in that case, what about using parts collected from Zeugles? That should be possible. I've heard of instruments made from Zeugles, actually.
Dohalim.
All right then, Dohalim. How about we go outside the city and gather some
Yes.
materials? Very well. We will handle the preparation of materials to make the instruments. I appreciate it, but please, there's no need to go to extreme lengths over this. Oh, we're very well aware of that. Once we've gotten the materials, we'll stop by again.
Imagine that. Using Zeugle parts to make instruments.
Using solid materials like fangs and bones adds a beautiful depth to the sound they produce.
Makes sense. Guys with extra thick skulls always make the best sound when I punch their faces.
Come on.
My man.
There's no way that's true.
Punishers and Memories. That strikes me as a really touching and fitting coda to Dohalim's character. The idea that back when it came to the chaos on Lenegus, when the party visited in the main game, he was really able to rally everyone together and get them to remain calm just because he had the right lineage and
looks like we
descent
get to sleep with a roof
and had
over
been
our
a
heads.
lord, but not really because of anything to do with him personally. So now, being able to rule a region of the New World and enact a government that will actually foster and facilitate coexistence through something that's more personal and directly related to the essence of Dohalim's character, namely his persistent foundational love of music, to perform music with his friends from his childhood music group. Feels like a really touching evolution of the way in which he's able to extend his core interests outward to the improvement of the world and society. What we need is Punisher's Vembres. Oh, we should sell those first. Punisher's Vembres. Oh, so expensive. But I would rather just get that over and done here than go Zoogle hunting, to be honest. And I am grateful for the game for adding the Zoogle parts in the shops to make that easy, so that not every quest needs to become a protracted fetch quest if that's not what you're looking for. Especially, I mean, I think there's a certain logic to needing to go hunting for the materials, especially in the main game, but now that we're at the DLC and there's some more infrastructure and perhaps also the interests and attention of the player are slightly different, I feel like it's the right
then let's return
moment
to
at the game to intervene with a little bit of that different kind of quality of life. Have anything else we can forge? We can forge a better staff for Dohalim. Oh, we just were lacking money again for some of these things. That's frustrating. Oh, that's alright. I'm gonna content myself with finishing this quest for now. We're almost caught up on subquests and ready to go back to the main story, which I am also stoked about. Very nervous about it, but also stoked.
How's this?
I'm quite sure we gathered all the materials needed to create instruments. Yes, that's definitely enough, and the quality is good too. I'm sure we can make fine instruments. Are you guys making them by yourselves? No, we're going to look for people who can help us. It's going to be quite a task, so the more hands the better. When we go around to ask for help, we're thinking about also telling them about the concert.
Okay.
Music appeals to the heart and soul. That goes for Renans and Danans alike.
Sure.
Yes. If we can use the power of music to enrich everyone's hearts, I'd like to believe they'll stop quarreling. It may take some time, but we're going to do what we can to make the concert happen.
Yeah!
Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thanks. By the way, Faria and I were just talking about first doing a street performance with just us. Interesting. In that case, there will surely be some Danans who are interested, not only Renans. And some will learn the joy of playing music, as we once did. Doe. With your abilities, I'm sure that's possible. I'd also like to hear you play after so long. Say, Doe, I was wondering if you would join us in the street performance. Do you think I could join you? We know very well how much you appreciated the time you spent with us. So I would love to perform with you again, just like we did back then.
Nice!
That's a great idea. I'd like to hear you play too, Dohalim. How about it, Doe? Will you play with us once again? Very well. I'd love to join in when I have time.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a promise, Doe. Oh, how cathartic and healing for them. After all this sadness that befell their quartet back in the day on
You
Lenegus.
must be excited to play music with your friends again.
It's an opportunity I never thought I would have.
I think it's because you were finally able to talk openly with her.
I would be overjoyed if our relationship could return to the way it once was.
Yeah, her beloved, I think even fiance, I don't remember specifically, or intended or something like that, was a mutual friend of theirs, and because of the way the power structures worked on Lenegus, he and Dohalim were contenders for who would be the next lord, and Dohalim had to fight and ultimately kill him, even though he had no desire to even be lord or to follow in that legacy. So, but how cathartic too, right? I mean, the idea that the relationship could go back to what it was is probably a fantasy, but to be able to build something new based on the foundation of what they shared and music in the wake of the very power structure that tore them apart, now finally being undone thanks to the actions of Dohalim, and Dohalim's friends. I think there's a nice poetic sense of climax and resolution to that. Oh, man in crisis. Oh no. You never want to be called man in crisis. This man looks like he wants to talk to you, Dohalim, and as if he is in crisis. Maybe you should hear him out. Indeed. You there. Do you need something from me? Lord Dohalim, allow me to make a suggestion. Legion is in a very dangerous situation right now. What do you mean? Tell me the details. I mean, I think Pelegion is a great city. They accepted all of us who came from Lenegus, but the Renans who live here rely on aid for everything. We hardly have any industries or make anything for ourselves. I don't think it's good for things to continue like this. The Renans in the city need a more stable foundation.
I see.
Well, it's reassuring to hear how concerned you are about the future of your fellow compatriots. Thank you. But I don't yet know exactly what to do. This is an issue that involves all the Renans who live here. One person alone cannot solve it. That's true. I talked to some other Renans, but they didn't feel the same as me. A year is too short to change people's values, but your words have impressed me greatly. Will people come around eventually? Right now, everyone just complains about being forced out of Lenegus. No matter what I say, people just get mad and tell me not to act out of place and make things hard on them. They don't even try to understand.
Well?
A new approach has finally emerged from among the Renans, and I very much wish to help. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yes, let's help him out.
Good.
But nothing will change if I'm the one who acts. I wonder how we can change the mindsets of Renans and get more people to sympathize with him. So instead of getting personally involved, you want to find others who will work with him? That would be great. Having no one to even bounce ideas off of is the worst. That's true. All right, we'll try to find some like-minded people for you. Wait a little longer. Kindling the flames of change. All right. Speak to the disgruntled Renan woman. We have people disgruntled, we have people in crisis. Ay, things are not great here on the second floor of Pelegion.
Give me a break.
All the Renans around here just complain about their lives. I can't believe I have to live with Danans. Stuff like that.
Oh?
And you're not like that. I thought like that at first, but a whole year has passed and I'm tired of complaining.
Is that so?
When you get tired of the day-to-day, you start wanting to try something new. Is that it?
Sure.
Yes, exactly. So recently I started weaving carpets made of cheap Zoogle fur to distract myself. I never did any weaving when I was in Lenegus, but once I started, it was pretty fun.
Well?
Actually, there's someone in Pelegion who wants to create new specialty products for the area. Is that something you'd be interested in? Huh? Like my carpets could be a famous local product? Quite so. Carpets made of Zoogle fur. Sounds like a very novel idea to me. I'd personally like to see these carpets you weave. I'm sure others feel the same way too. I'm honored you would say so. Sure, I'd love to take part.
Good.
We will tell them as much. Thank you for your cooperation.
There are more people willing to help than I had anticipated. The outlook is good.
You've got a way with words, Dohalim. If it was anyone else, half these people wouldn't be here.
Now, the passive Renan man. All these descriptors.
What?
Oh, Lord Dohalim, it's you.
Hello.
How have things been lately? Pretty rough. There aren't many places in the city for Renans to work. There are a lot of highly skilled young Renan engineers, but their abilities are going to waste. True, there certainly aren't as many places using Renan technology here as in Lenegus. Couldn't you create a place to put their strengths to use, Lord Dohalim?
Hey.
If you know what the problem is, maybe you should act on your own instead of leaving it to other people. But I can't just take action without an order from Lord Dohalim. Come now, calm yourself. I fully understand everything you've said. However, we do not live in Lenegus anymore. We need to find a way to make our lives fuller where we are now. Right.
Well?
You say that engineers have nothing to do. Perhaps we need a system for dispatching them to other cities? Then they can find work, and life for the Renans will gradually improve. I see. Considering our lives in this world moving forward, that does seem necessary. You're perceptive to have recognized the problem. Actually, there are some young Renans trying to kickstart industries in the city at this moment. They need the insight of someone older and wiser, someone like you. Think you could lend a hand? Lord Dohalim requires my assistance? I'd be overjoyed to help.
I tried to rally some support by myself, but no luck. You have a real knack for it.
I find it is vital to first acknowledge others' opinions and strengths. If you focus on only what you need, no one will wish to aid you.
I see. I'll try that next time.
The mopey Renan. Oh, but is he mopey or is he stylish? Conflicting accounts. Ugh, I just want to go back to Lenegus. I can't believe my home, my amazing home, doesn't even exist anymore. What makes you think Lenegus was so great? Everything in Dana is so weird and ugly. Things were so much more sophisticated in Lenegus. You could buy stylish clothes, the city was clean and functional, and the food was delicious too.
Yeah.
You're definitely right about that.
Why, you?
But there's nothing here but hideous Danon-style stuff. I can't believe I have to keep living in a place like this. My life is over.
Enough.
No, I cannot let that pass. Dana has more beauty than you'll ever be able to savor in a lifetime.
Hey,
Say, if you're frustrated, why don't you create something yourself? Me? Create something?
yes.
Yes, you seem to be pretty confident in your taste. I think it's worth a try. What if you could make clothing superior to what you had in Lenegus? Ever considered that?
Yes!
That's something I never thought about. I know how important it is to be fashionable, so if you're up for a challenge, I'm here to help. If you're interested, there happens to be a gathering of those who would like to try such things. That might be interesting. Let me think about it. We unmoped him. I love it.
You did well back there, Shion. Your technique is improved.
I followed your advice from earlier, and it worked just like you said. But it still feels strange to me. Speaking directly and getting right to the point has always been more my style.
Hello.
I've gone around town and approached those who may want to join you. Really? I didn't know there were such people in this city. It's up to you to speak with them and begin the groundwork for future infrastructure. I'm honored by your words, Lord Dohalim, but I wonder if we can really do such a thing.
Oh?
We've come all this way, and now you're not so sure anymore? It's not that. It's just no one's ever done this before. I remember there was a Danon who was trying to sell paintings and dolls of Zeugles around here. What? Even Danons were trying to do something like that? Yeah, she was crazy about boomies. She was adamant that she'd make them the star Zeugles in town. Ugh, my Renan pride won't allow me to fail. I have to think of something better than them. That's the spirit. I wish you luck. The truth is, it would have been even better if Renans and Danons worked together. There must still be psychological resistance to an equal relationship. For now, they should slowly compromise through healthy competition. I hope the Renans who live here find a new way to enjoy their lives in the new world. I found hope in what I saw today. I'm sure they'll be able to stand on their own 2 feet in time. I think so too.
Your method is effective as well. You're better at winning hearts and minds than you give yourself credit for.
Thanks. Coming from you, that does give me a little more confidence. Wait a minute. You just used your method on me. Wow, you are good at this.
It really is something to behold. Only problem is, he does it without realizing.
All I did was speak honestly.
The rhetorician who was brilliant to a fault. These reconstruction quests, too. I know I called that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 shocker yesterday in terms of the delightful similarity between the subquests that are individual to the characters here, the party members, I mean, and the hero quests that you get in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And I think there's also a really cool and warranted comparison that you could draw in terms of just the broader perspective of developing like subtly interconnected and networked quest lines to gradually improve the state of individual colonies or communities and help them to define themselves to the point that then they're ready to interact with and establish trade relations and all sorts of other lines of communication and commerce with other communities. I imagine that's a little bit of where this is building to, because Step 1 is figuring out how to empower the individual. Step 2 is figuring out how to help a particular community, given its cultural constraints, to work towards whatever coexistence looks like for it. And then step 3 is figuring out how to get those communities with their different conceptions of coexistence and forms of homeostasis to collaborate with each other for the sake of broader communities and ultimately the global community, right? But nice to see that emphasis like Dohalim was talking about. I think it's nice in terms of slow, piecemeal processes that, even if it's not everything you want all at once, it's a gradual, stepwise process that will lead you to the actual ends of like a thriving and dynamic coexistence that you're looking for. Because it's so easy to be inspired by the end of Tales of Arise because it is such an inspirational conclusion, and I think it's one that, as I've argued before, essentially consists in the acknowledgement of the other and this kind of cosmic harmony between disparate aspects and constituents of the world. But at the end of the day, I think there is something very mature to then turning around and recognizing, well, even if the energies that were unnaturally segregated in the world were reintegrated and put together, especially if they were the sorts of energies that had coagulated into separate consciousnesses, as we saw at the end of Tales of Arise, and had sufficiently coherent sentiments, such as what the great astral spirit of Rena felt, that there's a way in which the world ought to be, and the current state of the world is not that, then you might imagine that reintegrating all of those different aspects of astral energy into something that could be itself a new consciousness with a new perspective necessarily requires more work and cultivation of individual and emergent communities and perspectives out of the individual than simply mashing those different perspectives and literally in the sense of the cosmic underpinnings of the world and those astral energy cores, different sentiences together and just hoping for the best, right? The more you think about it, the more you're seeing the way in which this DLC spells it out. This kind of further effort seems like a foregone conclusion that ought not to have been foregone, and in actually witnessing and enacting the process, I think we as players get a wonderful little window and experiential insight into what it was that the heroes of Tales of Arise made possible, but what they made possible was work which needed to be seen through. And now here we are actually helping them to see that through. It's fantastic.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
So, is everybody going to give us the right letter now? Is he going to chicken out? Is his love story about to begin? Grenar, we gave her your letter.
Yeah.
And what was her response? She said she'll be awaiting the shipment of supplies. Huh? What does that mean? She got the wrong letter. It was a list of supplies for shipment. What? The music cue. What? Then where's the letter I was supposed to send to Tilsa? Don't ask us. Who are you trying to send the list of supplies to? Oh, right. I sent it to the person in charge of Cyslodia's supplies. You keep making things worse for yourself.
Son of a...
Oh no, you've got to get it back as soon as... No, it's more important to send the list of supplies to the correct recipient. I've got to prepare a shipment of supplies to Pelagian too, so it's hopeless. Cry with me, Alphen.
That's great.
I got it already. Calm down. For now, why don't you try contacting the person in charge of those supplies? Right. Oh man, at this rate, Tilsa is going to get fed up with me. Well, yeah, I guess so. Oh, right. We have to go report back to Nath. Right. See you later. Setting up a little, like a Shakespearean intrigue plot with letters being read by the wrong people and being misdelivered in ways that set events in motion.
I found an ingredient for that new recipe.
I wonder if our poor lovelorn friend here will end up making a romantic connection with the supply manager in Cyslodia, whom he accidentally propositioned. Nath, we met up with Tilsa. Oh, you're back? How was Tilsa? She was fine. She's just been too busy to come back. I see. It must be pretty rough in Pelagian. I'm just glad she's okay. She said she'll be back in Ulzebek in a few days. The next time you see her, let her know she's appreciated.
All right.
Got it. Thanks for going all the way there. By the way, what was it Grenar needed?
Sure.
It was just an errand. We took care of it for him. Oh, is that it? I can't believe he pushed his duties onto you. You know you don't have to accept trivial tasks like that. No, I really do want to help out as much as I can. I always feel bad about not being able to participate much in Crimson Crow activities. What are you talking about? You shouldn't feel guilty about that. Whether you're here or not, you're always a member of the Crimson Crows. Whenever there's anything that only you can handle, I never hesitate to ask you for help. Got it. I'll see you later. Sure, thanks for helping out. Nice to hear that support and reassurance from someone like Nath. And so humanizing that even someone who's larger than life like Alphen can benefit so much from that support, you know? Like just vocalizing to someone that they don't need to feel guilty for feeling as though they don't help out can do wonders for that person's psyche, I think. All the more pertinent in a side quest that featured someone who focuses on mental health. Ulzebek has become quite agreeable, even comfortable thanks to you all. We must have done enough of the developmental quests to fully actualize the town, or at least progress its development. I wish Sever were here to see it. I'm sure he'd be stunned at how beautiful the city's become. It wasn't all our doing. The Crimson Crows had a huge hand in the progress here.
Yes.
It's true. It's improved so much in the last year that I hardly recognize it. It's like an entirely different city from the first time we met. We'll keep chipping away and making it even better still. Oh yeah, Grenar, give them that thing.
Yeah.
Right. A small thank you from us. It's yours. Are you sure? Thanks,
I'm
both of you.
grateful.
This will be a big help. We'll use it wisely. Come back whenever you need anything. You're welcome anytime. Chamomile. All right. Oh, and red chamomile. And jasmine. Oh, so many herbs. It's an herb shower and 10,000 gold. Well, we are good to go.
It's only been a year, but in every city we visited, reconstruction efforts seem to be progressing well. It's encouraging to see everything coming together like this.
That's true. But even then, some nations are progressing better than others. And each still has its own set of problems.
Reconciliation between Renans and Danans has only just begun. There are still many issues to work through.
Yeah, but still, it's pretty exciting to see what shape the world's gonna take, you know?
Hope is always a good thing to have. We might even start to see beautiful cityscapes like the Sints in every region.
Who knows? Maybe as Danon and Renan cultures start to overlap, we'll see all kinds of new books and tools.
People will probably develop new dishes and recipes to try too. Oh, and innovative new fashion designs.
Yeah. From now on, everyone in this world will have their own hopes and dreams to pursue.
And for our part, we'll have to do our best to assist in any way we can to help those dreams become reality.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying. So what about you, Dohalim? What sort of things do you want to see in the new world?
If I had to choose, perhaps a new kind of instrument. I've always wondered if it would be possible to create an instrument that functions as wind, string, and percussion all in one. If so, it would surely open a door to new musical possibilities.
Maybe that's a door best left closed.
I love that. Enjoying and celebrating the way in which the world is just organically figuring out what it wants to be with the help and mutual support of everyone. And so telling and evocative of the core ethos of this
I think
DLC
someone's calling out for
that
us.
everybody
They
in
could
the
have
party
something
is
they need
excited
from us.
about the future prospects of the world for their own reasons, according to their own unique interests. Here's Dohalim's quest popping up. At last. Oh, and Law's second quest, too. Amazing. I am kind of fascinated in terms of the pacing because, as I said last time, it really seems as if they are being mindful about it And the fact that we're able to so fully actualize the various countries and the characters in the party before really engaging with and confronting Nazimil in terms of what she's planning at all strikes me as unintuitive, which makes me want to go through all the quests before going to Nazimil all the more, because I feel like the mere fact that they're presenting us with that option and encouraging us to do it with the tutorial guides to the quest and the tone that they take with us suggests to me that there's going to be some kind of thematic payoff in terms of how we see the story, putting in all of this side effort before going back to what it is that Nazimil is trying to do. Probably a better contrast class, right? Like, it'll help us to contrast her vision of the world, which she, in a myopic and naive and sad way, thinks is the right way to help people, contrasted against all of the efforts we've made in a much different way, according to a different perspective, to help the world and everyone in it at that point. Plates and dishes for sale. Top quality pottery. Why not buy one? They're cheap and a delight to use. Pottery, my friend, if you're watching this VOD after the fact, shouting you out again, buddy. You are here in spirit and in textual content alike. But I'm not going to make a joke about how you're cheap and a delight to use, because you're better than that and I'm better than that.
I see.
Plates and dishes, eh? May I see just what sort of pieces you're selling? Sure, have a look all you want. My wares use Calaglian clay, and I couldn't be prouder of them. These really are quite nice.
Dohalim?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Oh.
Such an indescribable texture. There's no mistaking it. This dish is an awe-inspiring masterpiece. Well, it seems like you have an eye for pottery. Are you a potter yourself? Yes, though I only started recently. I'd love to be able to produce such splendid pieces as these someday. This is the first I'm hearing of it. I knew you collected pottery, but I didn't know you'd started making your own as well. Pottery is wonderful. You get in touch with the earth, hear its voice, and dig out its limitless possibilities with your very own hands.
Huh?
I see. I suppose I'm still not used to Dan and aesthetic sensibilities, so I wouldn't know. His gesture with his hands. I love that. Then take this as a chance to learn more. This piece is very high quality, not only as an art object, but also as functional pottery. You mentioned Calaglian clay. Does the clay used really make such a difference? I normally wouldn't say so much to a customer, but I can see you're a fellow pottery lover, so I'll share a little more than usual. The clay used in my pieces, well, it actually includes parts from Zeugles.
What?
What an unexpected secret. Now that I've heard it, I've no choice but to try it myself. What? So you're just gonna set off right now? Can't we do this later? A beautiful plate enhances the accompanying food's flavor. You of all people should be able to imagine the importance of this. Oh, what do you say, Shion? Don't you think we ought to set out now to find materials to make pottery? And she's the one to accept his invitation to go on his own quest.
Yeah.
Love it. Indeed, a high-quality plate probably would make a meal taste better. So you do understand. Then let us get getting, in search of the ultimate clay. Good luck. If you find any materials, I'll teach you how to work them into clay. Path of the Potter. All right, let's do this.
You can make ceramic dishes all by yourself? Wow, Dohalim, I'm impressed.
Music, antiques, and now pottery? Just how many hobbies do you have?
The world is full of curiosities. One can never have too many interests.
I'm excited. This was one of the subquests that they highlighted and hawked in the quest trailer for the game. I've been waiting for it because it did seem like such an interesting way to breathe life into the character's interests in a way that could embody and facilitate the integration of the world in the different regions. Wow, that's so cool, dog. Ah, that must have been really special. What kind of piece was it? Is there any way you can describe it for us a little bit? Paint us a word picture? I can't believe I bungled things before I could confess my feelings, even after finally making up my mind to give her that letter. Oh, Grenar. But I'm not giving up yet. Next time, I'll make sure Tilsa takes notice of me. Notice me, Tilsa. Can we get the stone fragments at the shops? I'm hoping yes. Seems that way.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Yeah, and especially one of the whole consequences of reconstructing the countries was that it also facilitated trade relations and made more items available in the shops, I believe. Stone, we're looking for stone fragments, right? Granite stone. That's annoying. Is it something we can't get from the shops? Maybe we actually have to go out and find it in the field? I wonder. So I feel like if it were an item that we could simply stumble upon, we would have found some of it by now. So I wonder if there's a particular quest-specific location for farming it. 3x stone fragment, yeah. Although I imagine those golem types in Calaglia probably drop it. That makes the most sense. Oh, well. A good story and a good description of the piece. I'm glad when all was said and done it only suffered a minor fraction. That sounds like a really, as you say, intriguing and cool pottery piece. All the cooler for the story that goes with it. I mean, as I think we're going to be learning in Dohalim's quest here, so much of what goes into the artistic content of an artifact is, you know, the history and the stories within which it's embedded and involved, right? It's all connected. Alright, well, let's pick up Law's quest while we're here, and then we can hunt some of those stone golems, and I'm sure that's what drops the stone fragment. Oh, it's gonna be about Zephyr. I don't know if I'm ready for this.
This memorial is here for those who died under Renan rule.
Yeah, like my dad.
Speaking of Zephyr, what happened to that ring, Law? I don't see you wearing it.
Oh, my dad's ring? I don't have it with me right now.
Wow, that's very cool, Doug. I didn't realize you were such an artist. And in multimedia as well. That's awesome. Oh, I love a good piece of pottery, and I love a good set of pictures, too.
What? Why not? It's a special memento, isn't it?
Sure, but, it's heavy. I'm tired of carrying it around all the time.
You're saying a ring is too heavy for you? Or is that an excuse because you misplaced it?
Of course not. It's around. Somewhere.
Right. So where exactly is it then?
Well, I guess...
I knew it. I'll help you look for it. It's a special memento to remember your mom and dad by.
You don't need to bother. It's okay.
Stop trying to hide your feelings. I'm sure someone's seen it. Let's ask around.
Zephyr's ring. Come on,
pick
Law.
up on the
Of
strangest
all the things to
things.
misplace.
Always sticking your nose in others' business. I appreciate the thought, but...
Did you say something, Law?
No, nothing.
It's almost as if he's not just embarrassed by the loss, but still feeling uncomfortable or unable to fully accept and confront the legacy of his dad, especially in terms of what his dad meant to a place like Ulzebek. Oh yeah, look at that. The debris cloud of Lenegus, I imagine, the remains of that after it exploded. I think that's the first time I've really seen it clearly in the background. But I wasn't looking for it. Hey, Law, you're looking great today. You know, you look more and more like Zephyr every day.
No.
You've said that before, and it's still not true. I'm just glad to see Zephyr's son working hard in the Crimson Crows. We owe a lot to Zephyr. I hope you grow up to be just like him.
Yeah.
What a thing to put on a kid. We're looking for Zephyr's ring. You haven't seen it around here, have you? A ring? I can't say I have.
Thanks.
Got it. Thanks. Can't we just give it a rest? We don't have to go through the trouble of looking for it. Stop being so considerate. It's weird. Besides, it'll be bad if it ends up being buried in the sand, right? We've got to find it, and fast. Time to get cracking. It's not buried in the sand, though. Up another ladder. I think that's on the roof. Oh, we have to go all the way around, don't we? No, I think we can drop this way. All these layered levels in Ulzebek. There we go. Need something? We're looking for a ring. Zephyr's memento. I haven't seen it. Doesn't Law have it? No,
Seriously?
He lost it. What a shame. But I guess it's easy to get careless when you're as busy as you are. You and the other Crimson Crows are working so hard to fill the hole left in his absence. Yeah, everyone's been working super hard. And I'm sure you are too. I hope you don't push yourself too hard, though.
Afraid I can't.
Right. Sorry for taking up your time. What? Zephyr's ring went missing? That's not good.
Well...
Have you seen it around lately? No, I haven't, but I pray you find it. It's a memento of a great man. I know. Zephyr, your father, he was really amazing. It's thanks to him that all of us are even alive. He supported, inspired, and guided us. That's what I call a true leader. I agree. When I came to Calaglia, he was the first person who trusted me. I remember that. I wonder if the Crimson Crows will ever have another leader like that. I'm kind of getting hungry. Maybe it's time to take a break and get something to eat. We can eat later. Right now we need to find that ring.
Seems like no one knows anything.
Yeah, this poor kid
Can we
is so
please
uncomfortable.
just give up already, Rinwell?
It's unlike you to give up so early, Law. When in doubt, it is best to return to your roots. Agreed. Let's return to the memorial and take some time to think. Zephyr's memento is too precious to just abandon.
Say, maybe we should pray at the memorial while we're out and about. We can ask that Zephyr and the people of Calaglia continue to rest in peace.
That's random. Why now?
Hearing everyone's stories made me remember a lot about Zephyr. He was respected by everyone, not just us. He really helped them.
Yeah. I could never measure up to my dad.
Let's take a moment to say a prayer then. A moment of silence.
This is another great motif throughout Tales games. The moment at which you can, completely optional moments of prayer actually is a motif in Tales games. You can silently pray and offer your sentiments to Alicia, Priscilla's sister, atop the the Lazzareno Company building in Altamira in Tales of Symphonia, and on Emmead Hill in Tales of Vesperia. You can, if you see through all the way a side quest about Lucifer, Duke's friend, the party can offer a gesture of prayer to him.
Dad, what did you want me to do with that ring? Nathan and the others gave it to me, but then I'll never be a leader like you. I can barely even look after myself. Someday I want to be the kind of man who will make you and Mom proud, but I don't know when that day's gonna come. Do I even deserve to carry your prized possession? Everyone expects me to be just like you. Shouldn't it belong to someone who can carry on your legacy as a leader? I don't even know anymore. Dad, if you were alive, what would you tell me now?
Oh,
What the world?
I love it.
What the hell is wrong with you? I just wanted to talk and hear your
This is the
comments.
coolest thing.
Fine, damn it. I get how it is. Want to talk with your fists? Then I'll answer with mine.
I did not see that coming, and that is so fucking cool. Although I don't know if we're strong enough to do this right now.
Eat this.
It makes sense, like I was saying before. Really, the apex of Law's relationship with his dad in the base game was the virtual reality fight that Law kind of willed into existence against him. So for him to kind of go back to within his mind in order to work through things with his dad in a similar fight is so perfectly extensive of that.
Eat this. Inspiration. That freaking does it.
Okay, if we're actually going to do this, I should figure out Law's arts a little bit, since I don't think I have a single time used Law. Alright, I don't know if we can do this, but I'll try.
I'm on it.
I'll run you through. See ya.
First strike.
Talon sword.
That freaking does it.
Tusk cannon.
Eat this. That's much better.
How's this? Had it
First
coming.
strike.
Talon
Watch it.
sword.
First strike. Mirage blitz.
Tusk cannon.
First strike. Talon storm.
How's
That
this?
freaking does it.
See ya. Talon sword.
First strike.
Tusk
That
cannon.
freaking does it.
Jesus.
Here we go.
I'll run you
again.
through. Had it coming.
Ready
Talon
and ready.
sword. Tusk cannon.
I'll smash you! Eat this! Huh. Talon Hurricane! Inferno Punch!
I'll run you through.
I'll
Had it
finish
coming.
you here and now!
Talon sword. Tusk cannon.
First strike! Come and get it!
Talon sword. Dragon shot.
First strike! Talon Storm!
I'll run you through. See ya. Talon
Watch it.
sword. Oh, just pipe
Come
down.
and get it! Talon Storm! Mirage Blitz! I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
I was kind of expecting his dad to do a Mystic Art counter, which sometimes happens in these games. That would have been fun. These are good too, though.
The picture of hell! I'm on it!
Talon storm.
First strike!
See this?
Eat this! Mirage Watch
Dragon shot.
it! Eat this!
Talon storm. Hold on tight.
First strike! That freaking does it!
Dragon shot.
I'm on it! Talon Storm!
Hurricane punch.
First strike!
See this?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, no.
The picture of hell.
Thunder punch!
I'm on it.
I'll run you through. See ya. Talent storm.
First strike. Talon hurricane. Eagle assault.
Dragon shot.
I hope this thing is medically approved. You're wide open. I'm on it. That's enough.
Don't
Watch
burn
it.
yourself. Dragon shot.
I can carve through armor. First strike. Mirage blitz. I'm on a roll now. Come and get it. That's
Coil.
enough. I hope this thing is medically approved. First strike.
Dragon shot.
I'm on it.
Tad, why do you have so much HP? Can I equip Law with something that will help? I don't know. I kind of think I want to make him stronger just because this is such a war of attrition. Yeah, for this I do want to switch it. Let's see if that
Tusk
helps.
cannon.
First strike.
Oh, fuck. Jesus!
Slice. Talon storm. Get shot.
I hope this thing is medically approved.
Thunder punch.
Fuck. Stop doing that, man.
First strike.
See this?
Too slow. Mirage blitz.
Hold on tight.
I hope this thing is medically approved.
See this?
First strike.
Hurricane punch.
Eat this. Talon storm. Mirage blitz. Come and get it. That frickin' does it. I'm on it.
I'll
That
run you
frickin'
through.
does it.
Had it coming. Talon storm. Tusk
Eat it.
cannon.
Watch it.
Strike. Get shot.
The picture of hell. I'm on it. That frickin' does it.
Can't get the timing on that fucking thing. It's so annoying.
That's much better.
Thunder punch.
There we
You're
go.
wide open. Mirage blitz. Come and get it.
Exploding fist.
Ready and ready.
Don't
That
worry.
frickin' does it.
Oh, just pipe. Down.
Here we go again. Armor won't save you. I'm on it. Mirage blitz. Now I'm in the groove. Talon hurricane.
You do not want to make me angry.
Eagle assault. Mirage. I'll finish you here and now.
Exploding fist.
Faster. Eat this.
Coil.
I missed the Mystic Art window. That sucks. The dodge is pretty sweet,
We're
though.
holding back.
That frickin' does it.
With a thunder punch.
Come on.
That's much better.
Wow, that apple gel was useless. Would it restore like 3 hit points? Oh, it restores 400 HP. That's great. It's not even percentage based. I forgot that.
Here we go again.
Dragon shot. Right on the ground.
That's much better. Mirage blitz. That
Dragon
frickin' does
shot.
it. Hello, you're wide open. Talon storm.
Talon storm.
I'm on it. I'll finish you here and now.
Exploding fist.
Hello, you're wide open. Talon storm. Mirage, watch this. I'm on it. Talon storm.
Coil.
It's go time.
So it just punishes you when you're not aggressive with them, which makes sense for this kind of character, but it doesn't make me happier about it.
No more holding back. See that?
Good try.
It was nice while it lasted.
Exploding fist.
Almost too slow. Mirage blitz.
I'm not even sure which of his arts are the right ones to be using, but Mirage Blitz does not seem to be making me happy. That's Super Swallow Dance.
Don't burn yourself.
Jesus!
Get
That was the wrong time for me to pause.
with a thunder punch.
I'm such a failure.
God damn it! Ah, that was really annoying. Okay, it gives us all the items back at least. Alright, well then. That was the worst time for me to have paused and then go back into it. Well, let's see if we can make Law's life easier with some skills. If we're going into it actually prepared from the pause menu this time. God, that was really frustrating. So what do we have to work with? Increased awakening seems good. Easier over limit seems good. AG seems good, definitely. I want that bonus. Well, that won't hurt. It might help. All right, let's try that nonsense again from a state of preparation. I love it, but I'm still allowed to be deeply frustrated by it.
Dad? What in the world? Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? I just wanted to talk, and here you're coming out swinging. Fine, damn it. I get how it is. Want to talk with your fists? Then I'll answer with mine. Tell it.
I forgot that this also reset.
Eat this! Pierce through!
Oh, that's way too slow.
Faster! Tusk cannon! Super swallow dance! Shot! Eat this! Super swallow dance!
See ya.
Swallow dance!
Tusk
That freaking
cannon!
does it!
Dragon shot. Talon storm.
Eat this! Watch
Dragon
it!
shot.
Crumble! I'm on it!
Running through. Had it
Watch
coming.
it!
Talon storm. Tusk
I'm on it!
cannon. Dragon. Shot.
The picture of health.
Talon storm. Tusk cannon.
I'm on it!
Dragon shot.
Ready and raring! I can do.
I'll run you through.
Super Swallow Dance! Watch this! Eagle Assault! Rush Blitz!
Punch! I'll run you through. That is cut.
The picture of hell!
Dragon shot!
I'm on it! Super Swallow Dance! That's enough! Rush Blitz! I'm just getting started! Eat this!
Hold on tight!
You're wide open! That's enough! Eagle...
How's this? That is coming! Talon Sword!
These fists
Cannon!
have got your name on them!
Oh, just pipe down!
That's enough! Super Swallow Dance! I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Eat this! Rush Blitz!
Coil!
I'm just getting started! Super
Fire punch! Dragon shot!
That's much better.
See this?
I'm on it! I'm on it! Super Swallow Dance!
Don't burn yourself!
Eat this! Rush! Watch
Talon
this!
Sword!
Eat this!
Tusk Cannon!
I'm on it!
Dragon shot!
That's much better.
See this?
I'm on it! Ready and raring!
Exploding fist!
Almost! Rush Blitz! I can carve through armor! Watch this! That's enough! Super Swallow Dance! Eagle... That's enough!
You do not want to make me angry! Exploding fist!
Almost! I'm just getting started!
No more holding back! See this?
Eat this!
Exploding fist!
Almost! Super Swallow Dance!
Thunder punch!
I'm on it!
See this?
Eat this!
Thunder punch!
Eat this!
See this?
Eat this! First strike!
Brace yourself!
He didn't even hit me with anything.
Exquisite thunder punch!
Well, he didn't hit me with that either, so I guess it works out.
Thunder punch!
First strike!
Exploding fist!
I'm just getting started! I'm on it! I'm on it! Super Swallow Dance!
Coil! See this?
First strike!
Talon Sword! Hold on tight!
Eat this! Rush Blitz!
See this?
Go time! I can carve through armor!
Talon Sword!
First strike! Super Swallow Dance!
Coil! No more holding
I
back!
knew that was coming.
All good
See
things
this?
come
Fuck.
to an end. I hope this thing is medically approved.
Exploding fist!
Oh no, too slow! Super Swallow Dance!
Hellfire punch!
Thunder punch! Your watch, all good things come to an end.
Oh, bro, come on. I dodged that.
Oh, just pipe down!
Super Swallow Dance! I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Eat this! Super Swallow Dance!
Brace yourself! Get lost! Exquisite thunder!
Really don't want to get hit by that.
That's much better.
See this? You're throwing strong!
Super Swallow Dance!
Man, he even glitched away inside his son's own head.
Are you okay?
Oof. Alright. Only 2 times in the first we were totally caught off guard, so I actually feel okay about that. That was still a great fight.
Huh? Oh, sorry. I was spacing out.
I thought you were deep in prayer. But were you actually asleep?
No, I was awake. It was kind of like I was dreaming, though. I daydreamed that my dad beat me up. Maybe that means I should stop being so wishy-washy about this ring stuff.
Wishy-washy?
I think it's time for me to come clean. Look, the truth is, I know exactly where the ring is.
What? You mean you didn't misplace it?
No. I crammed it in a drawer in Nath's room.
Why would you do that to a memento of your dad?
I did it because it's a memento of my dad. Everyone here misses him. They want another amazing leader just like him. But I'm not ready for that. All those expectations have turned into a burden.
Oh. So is that what you meant when you said the ring's too heavy to carry around?
Yeah. It was my dad's prized possession. Wearing it makes me feel like I'm taking on his whole legacy. I realize Nath is in a better position to take over Dad's legacy as a leader.
I had no idea. I'm sorry, Law. I didn't know you were struggling like that.
It's fine. I should have said something. Maybe I just wanted to push all my struggles onto someone else. That daydream of getting beat up by my dad woke me up.
So what will you do with the ring?
I'll go talk to Nath. I can't keep making other people deal with my issues.
Law, it's good that you were able to see your father again, even if it was just a dream.
I guess. We got in a fist fight, but that's just like him. Or just like the two of us, maybe.
His father's son. Comes by it honestly. I think he had the black onyx before that diversion.
Nath, are you free? It's about Dad's ring.
Oh, that? You left it lying around in here, but I put it somewhere safe. Don't worry.
Huh? I didn't just leave it lying around.
It's fine, just take it already. It's your ring, right? Don't lose it again.
Right. I won't ever let go of it again.
Is it still heavy? The ring, I mean.
Kinda, but now I understand. I'm always the same me, whether I have the ring or not. There's no way now to know what Dad would have wanted. I just have to do whatever I can.
Yeah. The Law I know would never bother to think too deeply about something.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Looks like he's overcome his worries. What was he even worried about anyway?
If he didn't stop being so indecisive, I thought Zephyr might come back from the dead to beat some sense into him.
What if I told you?
I wouldn't put it past Zephyr. Uh-oh.
I love that.
He'll hear us if we talk too loud. Anyway, don't get yourself too worked up, Law.
What a Tales theme, too, and a beautiful one to put on Law. This idea of figuring out how to understand and live with your past and legacy in a way that spurs you on without letting it subsume or define you. The fact that you can't forget about your history, but you also need to use it in a way that's productive and progressive for you as a person. Zephyr's ring. A ring precious to Zephyr that he used to keep on him at all times, a symbol of the familial bonds between Zephyr and Law. Amazing.
He pretended not to notice, but I'm pretty sure Nath knew I was worried about something.
That makes sense. He seems to know you really well.
Yeah, though maybe he knows me too well. It can get kind of annoying that I can't hide anything from him. Not much I can do about that, though. After all, he's known me since I was a little kid.
I haven't known you as long as he has, but it sure seems easy to understand what you're thinking.
Oh yeah? Then what am I thinking about right now?
That you're hungry?
Who do you think I am, Shion? No! Actually, I was thinking about how I need to take good care of this ring. For both my dad and my mom.
Definitely. If you ended up losing it for real, we'd have a seriously hard time finding it. Not only that, but I'm sure Zephyr would be furious.
Oh, he was.
Huh?
Nothing. You don't have to worry, though. I won't let go of it again.
Yeah, I can tell.
Breaker Essence, a testament proving that Law has completely mastered his traits and surpassed his previous
Do you
limits.
think you're ready to wear the ring now?
Love
I
it.
think so. It seems smaller than when my dad had it.
Maybe you've just grown into it.
Oh, I love that too. Ah. A character surpassing his own limits by entering the palace of his own mind and doing battle with the aspect of himself that was holding his development back and coming to fully integrate that. So JRPG, but so deeply human and spiritual and relatable as well. It's a great little vignette and meditation that's emblematic of so many of the reasons that I come back to these games again and again. And now we know what to equip Law with. Oh, I forgot this. It gives him the skill of parental love. Like a shield reaching out to guard him from beyond. Alright, now then. Way back when, before that happened, we were going to hunt some golems. Have we been towards Berg Volcano before? I feel like that might be a new area. Oh yeah. Although I don't think we can actually get into the volcano. I think it's just a grassy area out here. It's gotten totally covered with roses of unity over the last year. You can't deny that view. Call that adequate.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
We didn't spend that much, Kisara. You're okay.
We should be able to cook here.
I wonder if we get a special skid or something if we rest at the campsite here. Or if they just wanted to include it.
There's nothing more relaxing than petting a happy hoodle.
Oh.
I'm so lucky I get to do this whenever I want now.
What? Yeah, everyone's coming into their own. Oh, new era Gnocchi gives us elemental attack extra large.
Mmm. Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
A perfectly invigorating morning.
Your hair is sticking up in the back.
You don't do well in the mornings, do you?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Alright, give me the rock!
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
And I have to remember what Alphen is after that protracted battle using law.
Commander of Heaven!
The heavens must be smiling.
Oh, I didn't give a shit. What the hell? Do I need to go back and cook the hoodle pancakes to improve our haul of dropped items? We have one here too.
No choice.
They're so underleveled relative to us at this point that hopefully these will be quick battles at least. I guess it makes sense for the whole meaning behind his potting that we would need to collect the materials in the wild versus at the shop, but I am a little surprised for the reasons I was talking about earlier that we can't buy the zero parts in the shop.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! A lunar blast!
I'm not done!
Wings of heaven!
Armor won't save you!
By the power of flame! Finish with
Now,
that
Thunder Quarter!
Glacial
Dragon Swarm!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Fire Ray!
We're in good form!
No. Make me feel like I'm losing my mind. Is that not a golem? It just looks like one. No, I'm really losing my mind. Seeing golems where there are none.
No choice! Here I come! I'll take you all on! No escape! Dragon out!
I'm going to use all the power of my healing mark to accomplish this.
Blazing flame!
The flashing parts are weak point. Let's go!
Here I come!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Heaven and earth.
I'm not done! It's time! Keep pushing forward!
But don't go too far.
Armor won't
Right.
come on a roll now!
Sorry!
Those two really haven't changed a bit.
Now I'm in the
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
not done.
Illuminate destruction!
Good lord! Dragon Swarm!
Came between heaven and earth.
Down!
Now!
Shut up! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Strike!
Give me at least one stone fragment so I'm looking at the right thing. There you go. Perfect. You got them all from one fight. Just had to make a mildly concerted effort to acquire them. At least it was obvious which Suga we had to hunt.
Really strong, Alphen!
I'm just trying to do the...
Astral energy!
Say no more!
That was almost too...
Alright. Back we go.
easy.
That wasn't even enough to burn off a snack.
I'm always open to having a meal.
I'm pretty sure that's just a you thing.
We've reached our destination.
How's this?
We gathered some materials. Could you have a look? Oh, this is it, all right. This will make some great clay.
Let's go!
Great one, man. So is it time for some pottery making then? No, wait. There's one more thing I'd like to check. The glaze used on this piece is also different than anything I'm familiar with. It must be made from something special, yes? Wow, you really have an eye for detail. Glaze? Like on a cake? Not exactly. It is like paint or varnish, but for pottery. Oh, gotcha. High temperatures transform the glaze into a glass-like texture on the surface of the clay, making the piece more durable. At the same time, it can change the appearance of pottery in innumerable ways. Glaze is truly the water that brings pottery to life. You kinda lost me there, but it sounds like glaze is something you'd want on pottery.
So then,
Now then, could you tell me where to obtain glaze like that which is on this dish? I'll tell you everything now that you've come this far. As I'm sure you know, glaze is made from ashes and clay. You can find especially good clay in Shinefall Woods. That's what I use. Oh, that's where Nazamil is holed up.
my thanks.
In Ganeth Harrows, eh? I see. Thank you. Let's get going right away then. There's no use in trying to stop him once he gets this worked up.
Being passionate about your hobbies is all well and good, but just how far do you intend to take this obsession?
It is an unending quest for perfection. Indeed, the very essence of the path of a potter.
Dohalim.
Well, I'm sure that everyone will be able to use whatever wonderful dishes you end up making.
Do we have any other outstanding quests? We do. My goodness, it goes on and on. Well, I'll at least see if we can get the remaining supplemental quests off the map. And then maybe we can wrap up for the evening since we're at about time.
I don't see any masked people wandering around.
Luckily, this place is fairly secluded.
This is our
It
first time
seems
to
Cal
Thistle.
Basil's influence hasn't reached it yet.
Many people are still afraid of Renans. Please, don't make a big scene. We meet again at last. I'm so happy. I was scared to see you since I heard there were Renans in Pelagian. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Let's just enjoy our life as a family. I heard people in Niaz were talking about making a flag to symbolize coexistence between Danans and Renans. That's when I got the idea. How about making this into a swimming spot for Danans and Renans? It might help people get to know each other. And bring in the young people, too. I like the way you think, elderly man.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
What's the world like on the outside? I'm curious, but I'm so old. They're trying to improve the quality of life in the village and bring in people from the outside. Me, I'm happy to catch fish and live a simple life. I hope they don't get too carried away. Okay, I don't see anything poisonous. Nothing spoiled either. This is a small village without a doctor or medicine, so we have to be super careful before eating something. It'd be great if a doctor moved here, but no one would choose to come to a place like this. I wonder if that's something we can rectify through some subquests. I want to clear more land, but we're such a small village. There aren't enough people to help. I'm exhausted from all this work. It sucks, man. I think this village would be doing better if it were a little more open. That's kind of what I was just thinking. That's hard since so many people are still afraid of Renans in the outside world. I see, so Renans are living in Pelagian. No Renans come here. You can live in peace.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for...
What should it be?
Oh, hey!
Hey, you over there. What's going on? Something bothering you? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I've been thinking about giving a present to a woman I know, but I'm not sure what I should give her to express my feelings. Oh, so you want to express some intense feelings, eh? Now, that's a toughie. I've never done anything like this before, so I don't have a clue what kind of gift I should give. Then how about a cool animal on the shoulder? A wolf would be awesome. That'd be sure to be a hit. Is that right? A wolf on the shoulder would be a very interesting choice. What? Seriously? But just look at mine. It's so cool. It would depend on her personal taste, but how about flowers? A flower? That sounds great. There's actually a particular flower that she likes. I've heard there are lots of beautiful flowers blooming in Shinefall Woods. Maybe the one she likes is among them. But that forest has some especially vicious Zoogles lately, so you can't exactly go looking for flowers. Sounds like a job for us. We'll head to the forest, eliminate all the Zoogles, and pick the flowers for you. I appreciate the thought, but I couldn't ask you to do something like that for me. Also, if possible, I'd like to pick the flowers myself. That would let me put more of my feelings into it. Alright, then we'll just get rid of the Zoogles and come back. What do you say, Wa?
Yeah!
Similar to the way in which the party empowered the brothers in that Cislodian colony, the well brother to take his sick brother out on a trip, just clearing the path for them to have their own adventure rather than going and doing things and bringing them back for them without giving them the experience. That's a cool theme that's coming up in multiple quests as well. Oh yeah, leave it to us. We'll thrash those Zoogles for you. Really, thank you so much. This might be a good opportunity for you too, Law. A good opportunity for what? To learn firsthand how to choose gifts that the recipient will enjoy rather than what you would.
No way.
Well, was shoulder armor really that bad of an idea? It was that bad of an idea. And antithetical to the theming of the DLC, which is all about figuring out how to help people do what they want, as opposed to imposing your views upon them.
I thought everyone liked getting new gear.
Keep your chin up. Finding the perfect gift is no easy task.
How about adding a cute design to the piece? Like a cat or an owl?
Oh, that's all I gotta do?
I don't know if the solution is quite that simple.
I think these rocky mountains surrounding us kept out all the run-ins who showed up after the worlds merged. I want to keep living among Danans, and Danans only. Well, that's why you're an elder, old man. So many crops. We'll be able to eat till we're full this year. We work together to expand the fields. If we have a bigger harvest, things should get better around here. This is thanks to your help a year ago. I appreciate it. Some beautiful flowers are blooming deep in the forest. How nice. I'd love to have one. Well, I think I'm going to do a quick sweep, but I think we cleared out all of the quests besides those which are pointing us to the Shinefall Woods, which is also where Nazamil's mysterious, suspicious new organization is holed up. So I think, especially since it's a little bit past our appointed wrap-up time, that will be a great note upon which to call it for the evening. We will have some subquests to finish up in the Shinefall Woods tomorrow, helping Dohalim craft some pottery and indulge his latest hobby and mode of engaging the world. We'll be able to clear the path for this new gentleman acquaintance of ours to get flowers for his lady interest, and hopefully be in a position to finally, after her disappearing act, confront Nazamil about where she is, what her motivations are, how she is coping with the world, and what this overwhelming, suspicious, newfound resolve is all about. Whether it's something that originated within her and is truly just a misunderstanding, if perhaps it has something to do with the broader Renan context within which she's embedded. Remember, she did seem to be responsive to and a catalyst for that technology, including the masks, which she now seems to be imposing upon people when we encountered that back in the mausoleum, all the way back during that first stream so many hours ago. So, we've been spending plenty of time empowering the characters and the world. It was a wonderful stream for letting those subquests unfold in a way that gave us really thoughtful extensions of the portraits we'd already seen of these fine 6 characters during Tales of Arise, and also allowed us to get to know plenty more about the cultures that are coming to coalesce and develop and grow organically in these places that were once familiar to us and now are finding their footing in a new context in a new world. Not so dissimilar to the way in which Law is figuring out how to be his own man while still bearing the ring, symbolizing the past and his parents, but also now more than anything, what they mean to him and what their legacy and impact on the world means to him as the one who survives and is acting forward into the future. It's been another joyous evening with you, my friends. Doug, pleasure seeing you and hanging out with you, as always, my friend. Pizzicato, so nice to see you back. So delighted to hear you're thinking about conducting analyses of video games on your own, and I do hope that if I can be useful to you in any way, or with a terrible fate can be useful to you, you take us up on that as well. We'll be back same time tomorrow, my friends, 6 p.m. Eastern. It's anyone's guess as to just how much is left here, but it's a wonderful joy to slowly digest and experience it with you all. And we'll see if we're done by the end of Tuesday, and if not, I'll put together a plan to see it through. But I have a feeling that things are coming together, and based on the gradual pace at which the world has been getting to know itself and what everyone wants to do and how they want to coexist with each other next, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit of a tonal and pacing-based counterpoint to that, with the main quest, in which things come to a head rather climactically and quickly. So that's my guess based on the way in which this has been unfolding, but it's really anyone's guess, which is part of the fun of this as much as anything. You two take care as well. Truly a pleasure. Hope to see you back. Hope you think well and game well. And that goes for all of you watching. Think well, game well, enjoy some great games and stories. And whenever you find your way back here, we'll be waiting for you. I'm Aaron Suduko, founder of With a Terrible Fate. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Till then, friends. Cheers.